Oh, my eyes are so red. You guys can even tell me.
YouTube as well for those not in the Zoom room.
Yes, so we have the streaming. We've got the YouTube.
Sorry?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's my YouTube.
All right. So I think everything from this end, just in terms of testing, is working okay. So we should be getting going in the next 5 minutes. I'll be turning my video back on at that point and just inviting the first panel.
Okay.
All right.
You guys, do you understand?
So my name is Briggs Bomba. I'm the program director of Africa. It is a singular pleasure to be welcoming everyone to the beginning of the 8th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation. I particularly would like to extend a special welcome and thank you to our panel, the first panel that I'm going to be handing over to just shortly. We are convening the 8th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation under the theme, The Africa We Want, Post-COVID-19, Optimizing Domestic Resource Mobilization from the Extractive Sector for Africa's Transformation. And the conference is being co-convened by a significant number of co-conveners. As you see on our program, that includes Tax Justice Network Africa, it includes ISODEC, it includes Action Aid, it includes Oxfam, it includes Global Tax Justice Network, it includes African Tax Administration Forum, it includes the United Nations Economic Commission on Africa, it includes the African Union Commission, it includes several of the groups that are mentioned and that will be mentioned throughout our proceedings. Our participants, including civil society organizations, they're including regional organizations, they're including think tanks, they're including national organizations, they're including Pan-African organizations. So it's an exciting program that we have lined up. And my task is to welcome the first opening ceremony, the panel for our opening ceremony. And this panel is going to be moderated by the TrustAfrica Executive Director, Dr. Ebrima Sall. He will explain the changes that have happened with regards to that panel. And it will feature, as he will introduce the panel, Dr. Yawa Graham of Third World Network Africa. It will also feature the Senegalese Minister for Planning and Development, Amadou, Honorable Amadou Hott. It will also feature a keynote address from the African Union Commission Chairperson, represented by the Commissioner for Economic Affairs, His Excellence Victor Harison. And I would like at this particular point to hand over to our Executive Director at TrustAfrica, Ebrima Sall, to take over and invite give us welcoming remarks and invite the opening ceremony panel. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Briggs. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. We are very, very pleased and very honored to have you with us on this great occasion. TrustAfrica, as Briggs has said, is hosting this 8th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows with an impressive set of partners. And it's a real honor to be the one hosting it this year. Among the partners is the African Union, UNECA, and all the organizations that Briggs has mentioned, including Tax Justice Network Africa. I take the opportunity to salute Alvin, my brother. So on behalf of this large and important consortium, and on my own behalf, I'm really happy to welcome you all for joining us. When we began planning for this 8th Pan-African Conference, we envisioned it as an in-person convening, but of course, as we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic came in the way of all that and forced us to make the conference a virtual conference. But they cannot stop. The COVID-19 couldn't stop us from having this great conference, from holding it. It just changed the way we are doing it. So I would like to recognize and welcome the speakers in this opening panel. We have His Excellency Amadou Hott, Minister of Economy, Planning and Cooperation, who has accepted to give a speech. We will share the speech with you. Our keynote speaker is His Excellency Professor Victor Harison, Commissioner for Economic Affairs of the African Union Commission, representing the African Union Commission Chairperson. My brother, Dr. Yawa Graham, Executive Director of the Third World Network Africa, will also be speaking on this panel. We had hoped to have Abdoulie Janneh, Mr. Abdoulie Janneh, Executive Director, Liaison with Governments and Institutions in Africa at the Ibrahim Foundation, and former Executive Secretary of the UNECA, and a member of the Board of Trustees of TrustAfrica, to moderate this opening session. Unfortunately, he had something holding him back last minute, and he's on his district that he is unable to be with us. But Abdoulie Janneh, as you know, played a very important role when he was the Executive Secretary of the UNECA in the setting up of the high-level panel that was led by former President Thabo Mbeki, and that produced the report that we know on illicit financial flows from Africa, published in 2015 by the African Union Commission and the UNECA. The theme for this 8th Pan-African Conference on illicit financial flows and taxation is the Africa we want post-COVID-19, optimizing domestic resource mobilization from the extractive sector for Africa's transformation. COVID-19, of course, we know, has led to the loss of many lives all around the world. A huge health crisis of global proportions, as more than 50 million people have been infected. And it hasn't ended yet. It's picking up again in some parts of the world, in Europe, in North America. The pandemic has also led to a major economic crisis. Job losses have been massive. Livelihoods have been disrupted. Inequalities have become much more glaring, and because no nation or region of the world has been spared, spontaneously, somehow, everybody is worried about their own problems. Right? and that has made the solidarity impulses somehow more difficult to realize in certain cases. But again, the organization of this conference, the consortium, is a manifestation of the fact that solidarity is still alive and well, and that is what we should be focusing on. The African transformation agenda hasn't changed with the pandemic. If anything, it has become more compelling. The extreme dependence and vulnerability of our economies to external shocks have become more obvious than ever. Development aid, foreign direct investments, and remittances from the African diaspora, which perhaps together are the most important sources of development finance, have all suddenly been seriously reduced, if not stopped, in a number of ways, as a result of the pandemic and some of the responses to the pandemic and the global economic crisis that followed the outbreak of the pandemic. And so continuing to rely on those sources, development aid, foreign direct investments, and so on, for development finance would mean compromising our chances of achieving sustainable development goals and the goals of the African Union's Agenda 2063. So maximizing domestic resource mobilization is therefore the only way we can get the resources we need to support the structural transformation of the continent for the benefit of its people. We must therefore stop the huge loss of resources due to illicit financial flows and tax evasion and tax avoidance and other forms of drainage of the resources of the continent. We know from the report of the high-level panel of the African Union Commission and UNECA and from subsequent publications that the high-level panel's report estimated the loss at $50 billion a year. Subsequent publications put the figures at much, much higher levels, at 80 billion and more. Now, these are resources that could have helped in making the health and education sectors much more robust and finance the transformation and strengthening of the other social and economic sectors of our continent. So the consortium to stop illicit financial flows from Africa should obviously be strengthened and made more effective. And the very effective Stop the Bleeding campaign that a number of the participants in the organization of this, the co-organizers of this particular conference participated in Tax Justice Network again, the Pan-African Lawyers Union, FAMNet, and a number of others after that. That campaign obviously has to be relaunched. It has to be made much more effective and actually taken to higher levels. And therefore, improving and recentering the governance of the extractive sector should also be an urgent priority for our continent. We have the legal and policy instruments needed for that. We have the African Mind and Vision, whose adoption was a major step forward and a major achievement. What we need is a concerted and sustained effort at every level to make sure that the resources of the continent are used to support the transformation and development agenda of the continent. So to come back to COVID-19 before I hand over to the panel, and now more specifically, we've been with the COVID-19 pandemic for several months now, for many months actually. I think, and we are now more and more also talking about the transition to a post-COVID pandemic world. I think in our case, it's a question of building forward better, I would say. It's not only a question of building back better, as some say somewhere, because much of what existed before the outbreak of the pandemic needed to be transformed anyway. And the problem also is that with the pandemic, in a number of instances, the situations have gotten worse. If you take education, if you take health, if you take a number of sectors, employment, I mean, the situation has really become much worse than at the outset of the pandemic. So we are not going back to the pre-pandemic situation. We want to transition actually to a much better world. The problem is we are building, therefore, from a lower level and in a much more challenging context. And that is very well described in the concept note, so I don't need to spend more time on that one. I just want to remind us of two other things before I invite the panelists and the keynote speaker to take the floor. First of all, I think none of the other global and regional challenges that our continent has been facing before the pandemic have ceased to exist or have been overcome. Climate change and its devastating effects is still a problem. The fact that we have resources and a youthful population is something that we are still, we should be proud of, and we are happy to have still. But we also have the challenges of transformation in order to be able to cater for all the needs. all kinds of needs, from food security to health to housing, education, physical infrastructure, means of mobility, for a population that is increasing extremely rapidly on our continent. Thirdly, there is the question of how to deal with the industrial revolutions that are here. On this continent, we have the challenge of having to have all of them actually to be launched and carried out on this continent. In some instances, you need to have the first one, the second industrial revolution, the third industrial revolution, the fourth industrial revolution is already here, when the others have not even finished being realized on the continent or even begun in some instances. And definitely they have to be done differently, not the polluting industries as we have seen elsewhere, but in new kinds of ways. We have the multi-layered governance challenges that we have been facing, including the governance of public resources, which is much more directly relevant to our conversation here today. The poor conditions of the health sector, poor conditions of living, poor conditions of nutrition, all the reasons that led a number of people to have and make very pessimistic projections about what the pandemic will do when it got to Africa. We know the alarms that were signaled, including from the World Health Organization, that Africans would be dying by the millions. Now, that hasn't happened, but the reasons for that alarm are still here. The structural conditions are still very, very challenging. So we need not forget that. The second major point I want to make here is that solidarity, both at the regional level and at the global levels, is a necessity. And this is the point I was making earlier on. In order to stop the illicit financial flows from Africa and to go beyond stopping the illicit financial flows, we need to repatriate the lost resources. Solidarity is necessary. We need to have people at both ends working together in Africa, outside of Africa, the places of destination of the resources for the flows to stop and for the resources to be repatriated. Because as it is happening now, the resources being lost to the continent are not really also serving the peoples of the other continents. They are serving multinational companies. And therefore, we need to strengthen that solidarity. And obviously, solidarity in the context of COVID and post-COVID is absolutely essential for, we need to rebuild social contracts. We need to cement new social contracts and negotiate new social and global compacts in the post-COVID world and in the Africa we are aspiring to build, the Africa we want really. So for all these reasons, this conference is coming, at a very timely moment, and the theme chosen for it is a theme we believe will help in addressing some of the major issues. So let me now invite our panelists, the first speaker is Dr. Yao Graham. Dr. Yao Graham is the Executive Director of the Third World Network. He's a senior brother, he's a friend. He's one of the most credible voices of African civil society. He has a vast array of experiences and health responsibilities in so many different places, including in the UNESCO country in Ghana. And is a voice that we'll be very, very pleased to hear. And he obviously has a lot of wisdom to share whenever he speaks, and it's always a pleasure listening to him. So Yao, my brother, you have the floor for 10 to 15 minutes to make a speech.
Good morning to all of you, and Ibrahim, thanks for your introduction, and also thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be one of the speakers in this meeting. I'm just trying to find my video so that I can share with you. At least you can see my face. Yeah, I think Ibrahim had made some very key points about the context of this discussion, and also that really the Africa we want has not changed fundamentally, but COVID has the COVID-19 pandemic has sharply highlighted the imperatives and the urgency of working for that change. And secondly, it's also added an important dimension. One, the key challenge remains that the African transformation agenda from a socioeconomic point and political point of view is to end the continent's primary commodity export dependence with a political economy dominated by transnational corporations, and also ending subordinate insertion into the global political economy on account of that raw material commodity export dependence. But the additional thing which has been highlighted is the urgency of planning for and beginning to initiate the transition in relation to the role of fossil fuels in Africa's economies. Of course, the key challenge would be for those who are dependent on fossil fuels as a source of income. So if the organizers would allow me very quickly, I just want to share a screen showing some data about how the commodity thing has expressed itself in the nature of the commodity export dependence of Africa. It's showing the contribution of the extractive industries to government and export revenues of a number of countries. I mean, the blue bar is for the export contribution, and the brown bar is contribution to government revenue. I mean, this is huge. In some cases, it's almost 90. We know that for some of the oil countries, like Nigeria and Angola and so on, it's very big. It's also at the revenue mix, and again, you see a very substantial contribution of extractives to the revenue mix. So this goes to the heart of domestic resources which are available. That's even before we come to what could have been if we had less kind of illicit financial flows, if we had more domestic involvement in the sector, which would have meant that more accumulation to local economic actors and so on. But this is the starting point. So in talking about domestic resource mobilization, of course, the contraction has consequences, and the instinct of governments would be to, because of the contraction, to quickly resume the way things were, which is to intensify the raw material commodity export dependence. Now we know that one key lesson from the commodity boom and subsequent downturn is that in fact that growth model also highlighted the huge inefficiency of commodity and export dependence, because the primary resource that you are getting from the raw material export really is just revenue, and even that not the best, the optimum amount of revenue. So it's inefficient, it's unsustainable. I mean, use of wasting resources in a way that you could have much greater economic expansion from building linkages, from a better selection of what to use, from better sensitivity to environmental and social impacts, because those impacts also, if they were internalized, they are costs, which would have would come in a negative column, of public benefit and public resource. So this model itself has to change. And so in talking about how do we expand domestic resource mobilization post-COVID, let me say that all the issues that we as campaigning CSOs have put on the table remain important. The better capture and management of revenue remain important, whether it's around illicit financial flows, whether it's around corruption, whether it's about more effective tax regimes which retain value in the domestic economy, and so on and so forth. But in talking about going forward, I mean, the thing for me to say is that the framework created by the Mbeki panel and subsequent iterations about the importance of dealing with IFF remains important. Even more so, the framework of the African Mining Vision, which we can recast really as a prism for expanding the contribution of extractives to Africa's economies, for improving the efficiency of mineral use, and actually reducing how much minerals you produce, and also better equity in the benefit sharing, and also better management of the social and environmental externalities. So if we recast it in that way, I'll just have a simple division that in the near term, I mean, some issues we can characterize as the short-term elements which are can be addressed because we have urgent challenges of rebuilding domestic resource mobilization after the contraction. If you look at what has happened over the past 10 years since the adoption of the Africa Mining Vision, African governments in general have taken those elements of the AMV which are consistent with the existing FDI dominated revenue dependent and commodity export, mineral raw material export model. What do I mean? For example, across the continent, people have tried to increase the levels of tax that they collect from the mining sector. They have talked about increasing local content. Now, those do not fundamentally challenge the model of foreign capital domination, because the idea of local content itself is predicated on the presumption that there is a dominant foreign content and that the local is getting a foothold in it. So it really is not a model for an economy which is controlled by locals, where you can be, for example, talking about foreign content. The idea of local content is predicated on the dominance of the extractive sector by foreign capital. So you can expand your economic activity within that sphere without transforming, the model. You can collect more taxes, improve IFF interdiction without necessarily changing the model. There are some things so all these things can be done to increase domestic resource mobilization from the sector. There are things which are happening now, which if reversed, would also increase domestic resource mobilization. For example, across the continent, there's increasing casualization of work in the large-scale sector and the degrading of the working conditions of mine workers, and also insufficient attention to the impact on communities. Improvements in the condition of employees, of course, means that there's more money in the pocket of locals, which circulates in the local economy, and therefore broadening the economic base within which public resources can come from taxation and so on. And the same also would happen with local content. But if you look at what has happened with the sector, you know that, for example, prices in general tanked and have begun to go up a bit. Some of them have been consistently going higher, like aluminum. You look at oil, the price tanked completely and is only beginning to recover. But the long term for oil, for example, from all prognosis, we may have reached peak oil. And therefore, for oil producing countries, it's not simply a restoration of domestic resource mobilization within the model, but a correlated project also of beginning to think about transition. Because some work done by the UN Institute for Natural Resources in Africa has confirmed the fact that most African governments who produce oil, fossil fuels, are not even beginning to engage with the challenges of transition. And this is something that I think it's become quite urgent. You look at gold, for example. Gold is a commodity which has done very well out of it. But gold is one of the dirtiest, commodities. But if you look here, the points I'm making about the what I might call the low-hanging fruits for domestic resource mobilization around increase the revenue from the sector, because of the agreements the African governments signed, even this price increase may not inure to increase public domestic resource mobilization, because of course the dominance of foreign companies means that, and also stabilization clauses and very generous terms and so on, means that things do not occur. So take Ghana, which is currently the biggest gold exporting country. Within the same period of since the AMV, the Ghana government has actually signed agreements with the biggest mining companies, offering them royalty rates which are below the statutory level as part of so-called incentive schemes, because they allow themselves to be put under pressure when the prices were going down and the companies threatened to close and so on. And also recently, when Anglo Gold Ashanti rebuilt its mine, the government projected it was going to get $320 million over a 20-year period from the mine. But what did they do? They gave an incentive of more than 250 million to 209 million to Anglo Gold Ashanti, which is the bulk of the revenue that would have come. So these are some of the things I'm calling the short-term, low-hanging fruit type of things, which, if addressed, can improve revenue from the sector. I also think that however, in the long term, the domestic resource mobilization from extractives is not going to be solved by an intensification of the existing model. I mean, I think a transformation agenda is very important. That transformation agenda doesn't mean that the points I've made do not remain relevant, because the revenue capture and revenue management remain important, whatever you are doing and whatever sphere of economy that we are in. But I think the issue of the place of extractives in Africa's structural transformation has a number of medium and long-term dimensions. One, if you look even at the minerals that we produce, because they are primarily driven by external demand, take gold. Gold is a relatively useless mineral in terms of its kind of social value. I think something like clay, for example, is a much more valuable mineral. One of the things you find is that the minerals of development value in our countries have been largely neglected. And developing those with a lot more local involvement would have multipliers in terms of economic expansion and diversifying the economy, and therefore also creating the basis for expanding the incomes of public and private
des revenus
and enterprises. And related to that, of course, is the issue of linkages building. Because the linkages are very weak, even with the existing economy that we have. So that is related to the diversification. This is a long term. Without that, the talk about industrialization of the continent, is very full. The greater use of local resources, also mineral resources for our own economies, of course, would reduce imports and therefore retain greater value in the economy. And some of these also have great regional integration potential. So in this context, really, the use of incentives, I don't think we can have a blanket opposition to incentives. There are incentives, and these incentives ought to be used in a way to promote increased local presence in the extractive sector, to discourage certain kinds of activities, and also in the short term to stimulate those things that might boost the short and medium term sources of domestic resource mobilization. I also think, though, that we have to look at this thing in the broader sense that some of these things require policy coherence beyond the extractive sector. Because one of the great problems we face, which undermines the transformation we want, really is policy incoherence. So there's a lot of talk about African industrialization, but the same governments are busy signing agreements which hamper the possibilities of industrialization and value addition for both agriculture and extractives. We're signing trade agreements, bilateral investment treaties, which make the terrain much more difficult. So take Britain leaving, take Brexit. Britain has left the EU, and therefore technically they can no longer be beneficiaries of the economic partnership agreements that we signed, African countries signed with the EU. So what are we doing? Britain is going around trying to get the same bad terms from an African point of view of the EPAs to be extended to it. And African countries are in a hurry to give the EU, Britain, those same terms, when really we should be talking about taking the opportunity to renegotiate, some of those agreements, definitely, with the EU. I mean, so that's just an example. And the bilateral investment treaties, double taxation treaties, all these have a bearing, of course, even on the possibility of transformation of the extractive sector and resource mobilization. I think an issue which has been a sleeping issue that we need to put on the agenda really is also the role of the public sector in the extractives. I mean, it's normal to have national oil companies, but interestingly, very few countries have national mining companies. Chile, interestingly, under a right-wing dictatorship, retained a strong state presence in the copper sector, and that has been extremely important in influencing the strategy within the sector and also in the capture of the of value that comes to the Chilean state for public benefit. And I think that we need to return to the re-establishment of public state-owned organizations as strategic actors in the mining sector. And in addition, also improve the ways in which they participate, because across the continent, there's this passive kind of shareholding, which basically means that you get some revenue, but doesn't allow you any strategic influence on how the company is run. All those kinds of things, need to change. An issue which may not appear connected, but is very important, is the framework for managing the externalities, social and environmental externalities from mining, because the cost to society, the cost to the treasury of those impacts are huge. So what you end up is that on one hand, you appear to get some financial benefit from one hand, but the cost of those things are a drain. So going forward, a major area of reform, which again is part of the AMV agenda that governments have been reluctant to pick up, has to do with that stewardship. So the principle, for example, of free, prior, informed consent, which will bring a much more democratic engagement of citizens in any decision about extraction, will play a very important role in ensuring that there's better societal oversight of how decisions are made, and therefore a better guarantee of the returns. So these are some of the issues which I think have a bearing on optimizing domestic resource mobilization going forward. But just to summarize that, the old agenda is the new agenda. The IFF agenda, the AMV agenda, the AMV agenda with the qualification of a greater attention to the climate crisis agenda as an element which needs to be much more visible. So linkages building, diversification, local ownership, private and public, support for locally owned enterprises. We also need to improve our knowledge of our mineral endowments so as to be able to make better choices about what to use, better land use choice, and also the terms on which anybody coming to exploit minerals are going to be allowed access so that the return to society is better. We also need to develop different strategies for different minerals. I'm going to give an example again from Ghana. I mean, salt, Ghana is the biggest salt producer in West Africa. And salt is produced primarily by large, small-scale miners. Small-scale production stops rural-urban drift. It also builds jobs in rural areas, creates income, and therefore expands the base of the economy and also geographic diversification of economies. In most of our countries, there is an addiction to a foreign direct investment attraction, large-scale mining model. So even where small scale is best, it is not even considered. Our institutions are designed to support FDI. Institutional reorientation has to be a key part of our ability to optimize domestic resource mobilization. Because if we don't reorient on institutions, blind spots will remain in the nature of public policy and state practice. So you take salt. The Ghana government is about to override small-scale salt production and give one of the most important salt-producing lagoons to a single private operator, with the usual problems of displacement, conflict, and also the concentration of wealth and the worsening of inequalities. I mean, that is not done yet because the communities are fighting back. But this is a story of even where we could optimize domestic resources based on the strategy of exploitation. Wrong choices are made because of the mindset about private property for large scale, particularly foreign companies, being dominant in the thinking about these resources. Even as, of course, nominally, these are publicly owned resources, and you think governments will be interested in how equitably and broad-based a way we could exploit these minerals. Underlying all this, of course, is the move from the points I made, a move away from the kind of a reflexive prioritization of revenue as the only basis on which to think about mineral exploitation, but to see revenue as one of a complex of possible benefits, because the economic expansion will yield revenue down the line. But if you see revenue as the only stream coming, then of course the other possibilities, get excluded to the long-term detriment of society. Of course, the governance culture. I mean, the presumption that a clique of political elite and their business associates know best, and citizens should just trust them. Political liberalization in Africa has not led to a transformation of the authoritarian reflexes of the African political elite and the practice of the African state. This is as important as any of the issues that I've raised. Ebrima talked about the importance of cooperation and internationally. But I think one of the things is African countries need to emphasize mechanism of cooperation and not the kind of incentive competition which has been so negative for the continent. A study by the AMDC showed that, in fact, particularly on, say, extractive taxes, harmonization will be very good for the continent, to be a win-win situation across the continent. And that cooperation, of course, also is something we need to take as African countries to take into the international arena. And African civil society needs to build coalitions in support of some of these points that will emerge from this meeting. Two recent reports by UNCTAD on IFF and also by the UNECA on IFF, in a way, point to the importance of that kind of collaboration and multilateral, engagement. So from the domestic to the regional to the Pan-African and to the global, we need to find collective strategies, build alliances to be able to push the agenda forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you very much, Yao, for these, excellent points you've made. You've raised so many important points, that are extremely relevant for our conversation, helping us think through many of the issues. The urgency of the, thinking through the transition, beyond fossil fuels, and the major issue of just the mindset and that sort of concept of thinking that what matters most is the foreign direct investments, and then we need to add local content and not the other way around, right? That needs definitely to be strengthened. You talked about policy coherence. You've talked about the role of the public sector in the extractives. The whole agenda is the new agenda, and so many really, really other very, very important points. I think you are absolutely spot on all these issues, and you are helping us really with great points that will be, I'm sure, taken up in the subsequent sessions of this conference. And I hope we'll also have time to get the audience to react, a little while. At this stage, I think we should be hearing the speech of the Senegalese Minister of the Economy, His Excellency Amadou Hott. I think it's Brian who is setting it up, or is it Fatoumata? I need some guidance here, but that's it. The next one on the agenda is the speech of the minister before we hear the keynote speaker. Great. There is translation, by the way, simultaneous translation. He's going to speak in French, but there is simultaneous translation. You look at the bottom of your screens, there's a button you click, and then you get the English or the language you want.
Cher Dr Ibrahim Sall, directeur exécutif de TrustAfrica, Monsieur le modérateur Abdoulie et Janneh, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers invités, malgré un agenda chargé, j'ai tenu à délivrer un message pour cette édition 2020 de la conférence panafricaine sur les flux financiers illicites et la fiscalité pour vous exprimer mes vives félicitations pour votre noble combat visant à préserver les ressources de l'Afrique. Les ressources de l'Afrique. Le thème de cette année nous interpelle à plus d'un titre. En effet, depuis quelques mois, l'humanité vit une situation inédite avec la pandémie de la COVID-19 qui a bouleversé nos sociétés, nos modes de vie et touché toutes les économies. Face à cette crise, les pays africains ont réagi en prenant des mesures pour riposter et accroître la résilience des populations et des entreprises ainsi que de leurs salariés. Le Sénégal, en ce qui le concerne, a mis en place sous l'impulsion de son Excellence Macky Sall, président de la République, le programme de résilience économique et sociale, le PRES, doté d'un fonds de 1 000 milliards de francs CFA, représentant 7% du PIB. Mesdames et messieurs, après la phase de résilience, il est important de réfléchir aux initiatives à mettre en œuvre pour accompagner la relance durable de nos économies. C'est dans ce cadre que le Sénégal a procédé à la validation du PAP 2 ajusté et accéléré, le PAP 2A, pour la relance de l'économie nationale. L'Afrique que nous voulons après la COVID-19 doit être souveraine au plan alimentaire, sanitaire et pharmaceutique, doit être industrialisée pour la création d'emplois massifs, doit être productive et transparente à la faveur de la transformation numérique. C'est pourquoi le PAP 2A se focalise notamment sur la souveraineté alimentaire, sanitaire et pharmaceutique, l'industrialisation, la transformation numérique et la protection sociale. Mesdames et messieurs, aujourd'hui, le défi le plus urgent à relever est celui de la mobilisation de ressources financières adéquates pour accompagner la relance des économies africaines. Je voudrais à cet égard me réjouir de la thématique de cette 8e conférence portant sur la mobilisation optimale des ressources internes du secteur extractif pour la transformation de l'Afrique. Au Sénégal, les activités extractives représentent pour le moment environ 3% du PIB. Toutefois, leur apport dans les ressources budgétaires reste encore modeste. L'ambition de notre pays en perspective de l'exploitation du pétrole et du gaz est de renforcer cette contribution. Cela passe d'abord par la mise en place d'un cadre juridique qui assure la transparence, la bonne gouvernance et la sécurité des flux. L'adhésion de notre pays à l'initiative pour la transparence dans les industries extractives illustre parfaitement cette volonté. Depuis cette adhésion, le Sénégal n'a cessé de renforcer le cadre de gouvernance des industries extractives. C'est à ce titre que notre pays va finaliser très prochainement le cadre légal pour la gestion et la répartition des recettes issues de l'exploitation des hydrocarbures. Mesdames et messieurs, pour améliorer la mobilisation des ressources internes dans tous les secteurs d'activité, notre pays mise également sur le recours aux instruments innovants comme les partenariats publics-privés pour élargir notre base productive et sur des réformes majeures, notamment la stratégie de recettes à moyen terme. Mesdames et messieurs, pour finir, je voudrais encore remercier les initiateurs de cette conférence et réaffirmer notre engagement pour contribuer à réduire d'ici 2030 les flux financiers illicites et à œuvrer pour l'unité africaine. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Bonne conférence à tous.
We've had the Minister, His Excellency Amadou Hott, Minister for the Economy, Planning and and so this was his speech and his address to the conference, which I hope everybody has heard because there was translation. He made some very important points. I would now like to invite our keynote speaker, His Excellency Professor Victor Harison, Commissioner for Economic Affairs of the African Union Commission, speaking on behalf of the Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Obviously, as a commissioner, he could also have just spoken on his own behalf. We know him to be extremely knowledgeable about these issues and committed to the cause, of African transformation. And Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Excellency Dr. Moussa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, it's a great honor to address the 8th Pan-African Conference on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, which focuses on the African viewpoint post-COVID-19, optimizing domestic resource mobilization for the extractive sector for Africa's transformation. I'd like to thank TrustAfrica and other co-conveners for organizing this important conference at this critical moment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a huge socio-economic impact on the African economy, exposing its weak and heterogeneous economic structures and health system. According to African Union report on the socio-economic impact of COVID-19 in Africa, growth rate for the continent is estimated to drop to negative for the year 2020 between -4.9% to -2.1%. FDI flows are expected to further decline by 25% to 40%. A drop in remittances of 23.1% and so on. The global nature of the pandemic means also overseas development assistance as traditional donors are reprioritizing resources to meet their one pressing domestic needs. The COVID-19 pandemic is also exacerbating the fiscal deficit situation in many African countries. The contraction in budgetary resources is likely to impede and delay the implementation of Agenda 2063. The continent is resorted to borrowing from international financial institutions and negotiated for debt relief to increase their liquidity. Through borrowing provides immediate emergency support for nations. Nonetheless, it risks the region's vulnerability to debt distress since most of the debt is dominated in foreign currency, above in dollar, 100 billion in 2018, and private creditors representing 40% of external debt. This is therefore critical need for African countries to maximize domestic resource mobilization and reverse the negative effects of IFF from the continent. As you may be aware, a recent report by the United Nations Conference of Trade and Development this year estimates the losses at about in $89 billion annually, This amount is higher than the annual official development assistance and foreign direct investment that the continent receives. IFFs out of Africa have become a matter of major concern because of the scale and the negative impact of such flows of Africa's development and governance agenda. IFFs are draining foreign exchange reserves, which limit a country's ability to import, negatively affecting domestic resource mobilization by reducing the tax collection base and canceling out of investments in flows. IFFs also undermine the role of law, destabilize trade, and worsen countries' macroeconomic condition. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point out that IFFs are often associated with the extractive sector, as extractive industries are particularly vulnerable to IFFs due to the complex and elaborate global value chains associated with the sectors. More so, the lack of a financial transparency in the extractive sector all too often allows for sector-wide corruption and prevents government from collecting the needed revenue. Illicit financial flows related to the export of extractive commodities are the largest component of IFFs in Africa, serving to further drain the continent of critical resources necessary to drive its development agenda. To optimize domestic resource mobilization and leverage of all the extractive sector to drive inclusive and sustainable growth in Africa, it is essential for the continent to leverage all the critical frameworks of the Africa Mining Vision, the reference book of African Union on domestic resource mobilization, fighting against corruption and illicit financial flows, the report of high-level panel of illicit financial flows, and the common African position on asset recovery. These frameworks are critical and important steps toward combating and reversing IFFs and ensure that Africa's development relies as much as possible on its one resource. Ladies and gentlemen, for the African Union Commission to build a long-term development strategy to achieve the African we want post-COVID-19, as well as resilient and endogenous economies, policy measures aimed at increasing domestic resource mobilization and fighting against corruption and IFFs must be prioritized at all levels. The ultimate goal is further to ensure that the African continent takes necessary actions to be financially self-reliant when it comes to ensure its development. This can only be achieved by improving domestic resource mobilization from the current level of 17% to a minimum of 20% in all African countries through structural economic transformation, improving the tax frontier, tax culture, strengthening the capacity for member states to enhance the efficiency of their respective tax administration to broaden the tax base, the digitalization of the tax systems, and facilitate the exchange of tax information among countries to limit tax avoidance and tax evasion. And the last, not the least, implementing tax social networks or tax social media. Since we are passive consumers who continue to enrich the big firms. Furthermore, I would like to invite all African countries to participate in African initiative on tax transparency and exchange of information for tax purpose promoted by Global Forum that has benefited many countries. The 2020 edition of the report of African Initiative shows that many countries were able to recover millions of dollars of additional taxes from the exchange of information. The AUC, together with OECD and ETF, is also producing a report of revenue statistics, which provides an overview of the main trends in tax and non-tax revenues, respectively, in the 30 participating countries from 2010 to 2018. It gives vital information on the spatial future, on the future of domestic revenue mobilization in Africa, in light of both of COVID-19 pandemic. This report will launch tomorrow, 12th November 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the current outcome statement by the OECD on the status of inclusive framework discussion reflects a reluctance on the part of development countries to consent on the allocation on fair taxing rights to source countries. The IUC is organizing extraordinary specialized technical committee on finance, monetary affairs, economic planning and integration to be heard virtually from 1st and 3rd December 2020 to articulate an unified African-centric policy framework to be adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union in January 2021 to inform the global discussions. As the world becomes digital, taxation or full digital economy is an important avenue which must be explored by African countries as measures to broaden the tax base and increase revenue inflows to the continent. The conference will also discuss how to increase domestic revenue mobilization targets and curb illicit financial outflows on the continent, the latter having a detrimental impact on the continent's development imperatives. Furthermore, the IUC will work in collaboration with ATAF, AU, GIZ, partners, parliamentarians, media, and civil society organizations in order to fight against IFFs, in order to achievement Agenda 2063, the Africa we went by 1, raising political awareness and commitment, 2, building the capacity of member states addressing the challenges related to illicit financial flows arising through commodity trade finance and trade-based money laundering, which constitute a large imposition on the domestic revenue of all producing countries. 3, exploiting Africa's extractive industry by implementing the African mining vision. And 4, promoting relations, experiencing sharing, and developing solidarity. I look forward to successful deliberations and recommendation on how to optimize domestic resource mobilization from the extractive sector and stem IFF to achieve Africa's transformation agenda. I thank you.
Thank you very, 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 very much, Your Excellency, Victor Harison and Professor Harison. These were excellent contributions to our deliberations. You know, we will be taking them into account all the way. This was a very rich keynote speech. You've touched on many points that are very, very important, from the effect of the pandemic to all the different issues you've raised during your keynote speech. Thank you so very much, and our sincere thanks to the African Union Commission Chairperson, to you and to the whole team around you. We really appreciate your time and your contributions and for this wisdom you're sharing with us. Colleagues, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a few minutes for contributions from the participants. We have a lot of people following this conversation, and several platforms are covering this event. It's been relayed on social media, on YouTube, but also a number of people following on this particular platform here. The media in particular is mobilized, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank them. Merci à tous les journalistes qui nous suivent sur les different platforms. But we can open the floor for a few contributions, comments. I guess the thing to do is to raise your hand. There's the place where you can. I think if you click on participants, you get a place where you can level a main for the French version. So raise your hand, and then we'll see and unmute you and let you make a contribution. This is not usually done after a keynote speech, but we thought we had a little bit of time on hand, so we would take the opportunity to take a few contributions or comments or questions to Dr. Graham or to Professor Harison. Yep. I don't see the entire screen in front of me, but I'm trying to see whether there's a way of running this. No hands up so far. Okay.
Some questions in the chat, perhaps, that you could look at as well.
There are also questions on the chat. Yes, quite a number of comments on the chat. You could write on the chat. There's a concern about how African governments actually have maybe not really helped the African mining vision to realize its full potential, which is unfortunate, because it's seen as the only domestic and energetic initiative which would have helped in mobilizing domestic resources and to finance transformation. There is a point about addressed to your speech on how important it is to improve the knowledge that we have of our mineral sector. I think that point about which minerals we tend to valorize, comparing clay to gold, is such a fundamental point. What is important, and from what point of view, what is the most significant of resources for our development? It's a very valid point. Although one could always argue that you sell the gold to use the resources to finance development, and the gold may fetch more on the market, but it doesn't happen always that way either. Other observations, and from the participants. Yep. Okay. Well, maybe if there are no comments, before handing over the floor back to Briggs, there's one speaker with a hand over. See, yeah, there's John Nzadza, I think. John, you let me unmute you. Oh. Brian can help in unmuting him because I think you are the host.
He's allowed to speak. You can go ahead, please. John, please.
Yeah. John Daza.
He's on mute. Please help unmute.
Okay, now you're on mute. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to comment on Dr. Graham's point on the collective strategies.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. It is very important for our African governments to cooperate in everything that we do. We have to work as a unit if we want our continent to go forward. I appreciate that point that has been raised by Dr. Graham.
Okay.
That's my comment on that.
Very good. We take more comments before we hand the floor over to Dr. Graham for a response. Are there any other comments? I see a lot of people.
Ebrima, the comment in the chat, which is food for thought from Dr. Yao. Do we foresee in the medium term that
your voice is breaking, Briggs. Can you repeat? Because your voice kept breaking.
It's a comment that says, do we foresee in the medium term a convergence that integrates all the three economic factors, i.e. tax, investment, at the African and global levels?
Mm-hmm. Yep, good point. Okay, maybe invite Yao to respond to those two comments.
There's also another comment, especially in Kenya, with support from our parliament. Is possible for the amendment of mining so that we can artisanal more. This will help. And I'm seeing another comment that is in French. With that.
Yeah, I'll look for it. There's a, okay. All right. Yeah, please, if you want to react to the comments that have been made already. Alors, there's the comment in French is saying, entièrement d'accord avec Monsieur le Ministre. We entirely in agreement with the keynote speaker. No, this was with the minister who spoke, saying we need transparency and fiscal transparency and absolute fiscal transparency. That's what the comment in French is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yao, I don't see Yao anymore. Yao, are you still on the call? If you want to react to the observations that have been made.
Yes, thanks very much for the observations. I must say I dropped off briefly. There was one that came into the chat. I want to start with that, which is about the thing about linkages, tax, IFF, and so on. I mean, I was not making a point about the mutual exclusivity of those issues. I mean, the drive against IFF, it's very, currently the model focuses on revenue. That's the model we have. The long-term transformation of that model is important. But in the near term, we need to optimize revenue capture. So reducing IFF is very important, okay? And also improving the instruments for revenue generation from the sector, the revision of the agreements, the kind of a more constructive use of incentives and increasing local content, which would increase the local the content of the mineral value chain, and so on and so forth. And of course, better management of their revenue against corruption, strengthening institutions, all those things are important. But the point about linkages building is that even with the existing model, you can strengthen the linkages to the domestic economy, whether it is backward linkages through inputs and so on. And let me add here also that the point about local content is not to say, therefore, it's not important. But I made the point that within the existing model, it's important. But a dangerous discourse is developing about local content, which is to say that the local content is...
Camera, please, Yao, for the other viewers. If you can turn on your camera, please.
Sure. Now, the local content, in Ghana, for example, you're having this kind of contradictory process where subcontracting workers are being laid off by the large scale mines. Their quantities of service are being torn up. They are being re-employed by local entrepreneurs on much worse conditions. And this is what is being described as local content. But the labor actually is a critical local content input. Historically, it's always been a local content, into the sector. Keeping the working conditions good for workers in the sector is extremely important for the quality of worker content, for the equity of the spread of the benefits that come, and also for developing skills and technology rather than the degrading that is taking place now. So local content. Then there's the artisanal and small-scale mining, which in many countries is treated with suspicion or at best as a poor cousin to the foreign large-scale in terms of institutional support and various other things. I use the example of Sall from Ghana to make that point very stark, that even where ASM is proven as the leader and should be supported to expand, it gets overtaken, it's in danger of being replaced by others. So all these contribute to the expansion of the domestic resource moving from the sector. But I think it's important to underline that the lack of political will by government has been very important for what has happened or not happened to the AMV. I mean, the Senegalese minister spoke about the EITI. It's extremely important, revenue transparency and all that. But transparency really is a cross-cutting issue in a working democracy. Access to information across the board. So even the idea of a revenue transparency as a centerpiece of policy in the extractive sector is a restrictive mindset. When communities go to try to get information about a new project, they find it difficult to get information from the public institutions, and so on and so forth. So all of them add up together really to a very important set of steps, some near-term, some revenue-based, some economic transformation. But ultimately, the structural transformation that we want cannot take place through simply improving the model that we have. This enclave, foreign capital dominated thing with revenue as a stream from it. The transformation involves a primarily African-owned extractive sector, a sector which is resource efficient in how it uses, because the model is resource inefficient in the sense that you pump out more raw material to add more revenue. So for each of those units of mineral, if you had linkages, if you had diversification, you'll be getting more economic benefit from it. And the other point is that the minerals that we need to use for ourselves, because of the colonial legacy of minerals for export, we are not paying enough attention. I gave the example of gold and clay in a provocative way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very good. But yeah, well, you talked about political will or the lack of it. There's a question on the chat about how to create that political will precisely, and it's addressed to you.
Citizens need to build pressure because
it's addressed to you and to the commissioner.
Yeah, citizens need to build pressure. I mean, I'm sorry to say that because of the short-term calculation of governments, particularly perversely because of elections, they want some money to spend now. Take something happening in Ghana right now, which is a big debate. At this very moment, a group of organizations, including my own, are holding a press conference against an attempt by the Ghana government, basically to engage, to speculate with the country's royalties by creating a vehicle which would sell the royalties in exchange for short-term revenue gain. Now, it's an example, and said they need a revenue, they needed it this year for major development investment. Nobody has told the country what this money, and it could easily become like the way the Euro bonds have been taken and spent, and have become a debt crisis with citizens asking questions who benefited, from this investment. So citizens need to build pressure. And one of the things also is that we cannot disconnect this discussion from really the disappointments of political liberalization, where we've ended up with really choiceless democracies, where fractions of the elite compete for office, but basically keep us on the carousel, of this neo-colonial economic model.
Professor Harison, the question was also addressed to you, and it's from on the chat. My question to Dr. Yao and to Victor would be how and what is required to make African governments to move? We seem to have the answers, but somehow do not act. You're on mute, Professor. You're on mute.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to congratulate the initiative undertaken in Ghana, and I hope Ghana will be the lead for the continent for the fighting against IFFs. How to mobilize the African government? This is an important question. I think the next extraordinary specialized technical committee is very crucial. But the problem in African Union, you can take a lot of decision, but you are low for the implementation. This is a big challenge. But if a member state take the responsibility to be a champion in this matter, I think it's very important. One, you will organize the extraordinary specialized technical committee, but after that, you will start the collaboration with ATAF, European Union, and GIZ. Like this, it will be concrete. It will be concrete for the capacity building, for example, sharing the experience, etc. It's a project. You have a financing for project financing by European Union and the government of Germany. And I think you will take a good departure.
Thank you very much. Look, I'm not sure whether we have time for more interventions, except if there's any burning of questions. Somebody wrote on the chat they agree with the point you are making, Yao, about if citizens, action, and that the governments can make interesting statements at the Pan-African level that are not, really in tune with the practices on the home front. So it's a comment that was, supporting the point we are making. I don't see any more hands. There's one hand. Mukasira Sibanda. Victor, can you help? Brian, can you help us unmute? Mukasira Sibanda seems has I see the hand raised. Brian? You need to unmute Mukasira Sibandat so that there's a hand up to make a point, and we can take that point before we wrap this up. Are you there, Brian? Or Mukasira, can you unmute yourself? Well, it's...
Thanks a lot.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
The question that I had, Dr. Graham, I think, fairly dealt with it. But just to buttress one important point that I thought also should come clearly. When you talk about artisanal small-scale mining, one of the reasons why, in terms of policy traction, to formalize this sector is not gaining momentum. It is because of transboundary organized crime. It is because of illicit actors that are benefiting, who would want that sector to remain as opaque as possible, particularly in the gold sector. If we are talking about wage negotiations, bonuses, and quality salaries and everything, it is obvious that if the company's books are not transparent and they are shifting profit, it means that labor is negotiating from a disadvantaged position. If we are talking about our businesses outside the mining sector, for instance, we are talking about agriculture. Some of the inputs that they wanted, machinery, they have to outsource that. In agriculture, you would need foreign currency linkages, for instance. Foreign currency linkages are also part of local content. So if the local businesses would want to be paid fair linkages, especially for countries that are struggling with the balance of payment, it is clear that the collateral damage that they cause to the total package of the proposed by the African Mining Vision is very clear. But just to say, I'm just buttressing because these things, Dr. Graham also highlighted them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yao, you want to make a short comment on this?
No, just to agree with him. I mean, the ASM sector is particularly challenging, but you see it's the problem of the ASM sector. I think sounds in a way it's a microcosm of the challenge of economies where the locals are predominantly in the informal sector and are running micro and small, at best medium-scale enterprises. So if you are going to have a locally owned economy, you have to deal with the kind of the challenge of supporting, upscaling, and improving the role of these things, of the informal economy. Because whether it is in services, whether it's in manufacturing, whether it's in mining, in agriculture across Africa, I mean, your farmer is low technology, small acreage, and so on and so on, apart from a few settler, ex-settler colonies. So this is a microcosm of an economy-wide problem, which is particularly intense in mining because the possibility for short-term gain are very high. I mean, Ghana, we had 4 militarized drives against artisanal and small-scale gold mining. It hasn't succeeded because there are all kinds of vested interests were involved. The legal small-scale miners have ended up being victimized as part of this. So it's an important point. Just to go back to a point I made about this Japan deal, which is securitization. I mean, one of the things which came out, which I think is a plus for governance in Ghana, is that the Office of the Special Prosecutor, in the middle of the public hoo-ha about the merits and demerits, did a corruption risk assessment of the government's steps. And what they found, massive conflict of interest, insider dealing. The Minister of a company in which the Minister of Finance has major interest comes to be a partner with a foreign company to be the transaction advisors. They modify the mandate of the public procurement authority, and so on and so forth. So it's an unusual moment to see how resources get taken out of our economies. In this case, I mean, a seemingly legal transaction to securitize the country's royalties in perpetuity in exchange for immediate return. But the impression is that down the chain, some of the people who buy these royalty shares and be able to flip them immediately and make multiple gains are people who will be close to power. So this is a raging debate in Ghana about whether the government can be trusted to manage the country's royalties. But unfortunately, it's not the usual impression, the usual access you get, because the Office of Special Prosecutor are dared to carry this thing out and provide the public with information.
Great. I guess that would be your concluding remarks. So do you want to have one final word? Yeah.
So just to thank everybody for their contribution, but this is the main thing, is that we have a lot of work to do going forward.
Absolutely, a lot of work to do going forward. Your Excellency, Victor, Professor Harison, one final word from you too before we wrap this up.
I think it's time to locally transform our role materials. A good example is Botswana. Botswana with Diamond is a good example. And to have a success of fighting illicit financial flows, I think the will of country is crucial. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Transforming locally is an absolute necessity, is a fundamental thing. That's what we've been talking about all the way. Transformation, structural transformation. Colleagues, Your Excellencies, this has been a wonderful panel, great contributions from Minister Hott, from Dr. Graham, from Professor Harison, with initial observations from Briggs. I'll hand over to him in a little while to lead us to the next session and what is to inform us about what is waiting. But let me take the opportunity to really thank everybody for your time, for your participation, beginning with the media. As I said, they're highly mobilized covering this session. And we look forward to reading the reports. We really thank you very much. We appreciate the partnership. Now, this whole conference is, led by, there's a whole consortium that has been built, around it. But with two captains, right? And this is Alvin Mosioma and Briggs Bomba. The two of them have been really at the center of it all. Really, I think if we were in a place where we would do a standing ovation or a clapping for somebody, I would invite everybody to clap for them and thank you very much, both of you, for having piloted this thing so well. And on our side, Briggs has been doing a wonderful job. Brian Mutua has been facilitating the IT side of it with Fatoumata Sall and then we have had Winnie Mwangi, Amandine, Rugiatu, Brenda Peace, all the team, a number of them I haven't even been able to mention, who have been working really night and day, particularly over the last couple of weeks, to make sure that everything goes well. Hopefully, COVID-19 will soon be out of the way, so that the next PAC will be held, in a way that people can meet and talk. There have been a few in-country convenience that were physical in Zimbabwe and Kenya, and some sub-regional meetings held yesterday. But this main meeting, we've had to have it in a virtual format. Thank you all very, very, very much for your time, for your interest. The struggle continues. We have to hold it. We have to continue waging the struggle at every level, at the country level, at the regional level, at sub-regional level, at the global level. I think the point that was made about Africans working together to make sure that we really exercise some kind of sovereignty over our resources and make sure that resources from the continent are used to serve the development purposes of the continent in a way that is equitable, that benefits the masses of this continent, is very, very important. The same kind of solidarity is needed at the global level also, because the challenges actually are quite similar, and illicit financial flows are not benefiting the masses of the North either, as far as we know. So thank you very much. Briggs, I hand over back to you, the floor. You tell us what is next.
Thank you, Ebrima, and your whole panel for a powerful beginning. Really great insights. So it's just the beginning of our program today, the official opening, which follows Monday's in-country events and yesterday's regional events. So we will be reconvening. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be reconvening at 3 p.m. East Africa time for plenary session number 1. Our plenary session number 1 is titled Beyond COVID-19, Taking Stock of Progress, Setbacks, and Opportunities of the Africa Mining Vision and the High-Level Panel Frameworks in Mobilizing Domestic Resources in Africa's Extractive Sector. That is our plenary session number 1. It's going to be moderated by my sister, Chennai Mukumba, who's with TJNA, and we will receive a discussion paper that was prepared specifically for this session by Bishop Akolgo of ISODEC. And our panelist following that discussion paper is going to be Claude Kabemba of Southern Africa Resource Watch, Professor Patrick Bond of University of Western Cape. Patrick, you are moving from these universities too fast. I thought it was still Wits, but Patrick is with University of Western Cape, and Paul Musoma of Africa Minerals Development Center. So please join us at 3 p.m. East Africa time for this plenary session. And tomorrow we'll be meeting at 12 p.m. East Africa time for plenary session number 2. The details are in the program for plenary session number 2. So looking forward to be connecting with everyone at 3 p.m. for a very strong plenary session that we take. So
thanks, Briggs. Been reminded by Alvin that actually there's a whole team that has been leading this collective. So many thanks to all of them. Thanks to the communications team as well. We see Abda on this side, with a number of others on this side of TGNA as well. So this whole, groups of teams and subgroups that have been working tirelessly over the long, all this period. We thank you all. We recognize your contributions. This is a collective effort, actually, yes. But as I said, the co-captains have been Briggs and Alvin. I maintain that. And I would like to thank again our panelists for the excellent contributions, for giving us so much in such a short period of time, and food for thought. We make sure that the agenda, obviously, for the transformation of the continent is obviously going to be promoted as vigorously as we can.
Wonderful. See you at 3 p.m. East Africa time. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye, everybody. Professor, thank you so much. All the best, Yao.
Yeah, thank you.
For our discussants today, we have Claude Kabemba, who is from the Southern Africa Resource Watch. We also have Patrick Bond, who is the Professor of Government University of the Western Cape. And then we also will have Paul Msoma, who will also give a couple of his comments. So without any further ado, what I would like to do now is hand over to Bishop to begin with the presentation of this paper. Bishop, I was trying to reach you earlier. I don't know if you can hear me now. Bishop, can you hear me? Bishop Akogo, can you hear me? Let me try and unmute you. Okay, I can see that he is online, but Bishop, I'm not sure if you can hear me at this stage. No, he's not unmuted. Okay, I'm trying to unmute him at the moment. Okay, I think we seem to be having some difficulties with getting through to Bishop Akogo, who is the main discussant for our session this afternoon. I think what I'll probably try and do, I think let's give it a minute or so. We'll try and get in touch with him. Bishop, can you hear me? I think in the interim, I think what I can do is let me start to share my screen because I do have his presentation. And hopefully in the meantime, we will have him come on board. I'm trying to share my Bishop's presentation. It's just he can't hear us.
Yes, hi, Chennai. Can I recommend that we get the panelists to go first as proposed by Professor Patrick Bond, and then Bishop can come in when he's available.
I think that's fine, Briggs, we can go that way. So right now we are trying to get a hold of Bishop, but in the meantime, I think that's fine. We can go ahead and proceed as has been guided. So I think what I'll do is I will ask Patrick Bond, if you wouldn't mind, I think giving some thoughts on your paper, because I do know you had on the paper, I do know that you had a chance to go through it. I think we'd be keen to hear some of your thoughts around, I guess what one could call the AMV's blindness to natural capital accounting. I think please go ahead and share some of your thoughts on that. And then we'll see how we can still try to get Bishop online at some point during the session. So please go ahead and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Actually, can you hear me now okay? Because I actually have, for some reason, froze my cursor. Can you hear? Maybe we could ask one of the other panelists to start it off. Would that be possible? And then I'll get my cursor back and be ready whenever they're finished, hoping Bishop will get his tech problem sorted out.
Or get a hold of Bishop. We could hear you just in case you change your mind. But either.
Oh, okay. No, not yet.
Claude or Paul, are either of you in a position to give some comments, or whilst we're waiting for Bishop to come on board?
Janneh, let me give the comment. I think it would have been good for Bishop to have spoken first, so that people get the context within which we are responding. But anyway, let me give general comments. I think can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can actually go ahead and
yeah, fantastic. I think having read the paper prepared by Bishop, I think we need to first appreciate that we are in very exceptional times. Although the rate of infection of COVID on the African continent has been quite low, I think compared to the rest of the world, the economic impact is quite dire on many countries on the continent. And it could get worse because of the ramification of this low productivity, lack of market, and the increasing debt of some of our countries, and weakening of investment in the sector. I think COVID-19 found the continent quite unprepared to respond to such a calamity. And I think the African continent has always been quite not prepared to respond to such things. We'll remember the economic crisis in 2008, that we found ourselves in serious economic problems. Even when Cyclone Daya came in Southern Africa, most of our countries which were affected, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, to some extent Zambia, Malawi, they all were not prepared to respond to such a problem. And because of our fiscal capacity to respond to such things. Now, I think what COVID-19 has done, it has exposed our colonial model of extraction. Which is a continuation or the perpetuation of the center periphery theory, where as the continent since independence, we have not been able to reform our position in the global trade regime, in the global trade. We remain a periphery that provide raw material to the center. And the benefits from this extraction has been very minimal for our people in terms of development aspect and outcome. So in the current situation, despite the fact that we've exposed the problem of illicit financial flows, the problem of low capacity to collect taxes, in normal times, we have not been able really to increase our resource, local resource mobilization. We have not been able to do that for various reasons, both internal and external, but more leaning toward very internal problems and factors. One has to do with what I've spoken, our inability to deal with a system that is not beneficial to us, but more importantly also because of the weaknesses of our states, both in terms of administration, ability to manage and to plan for this sector. So the point I want to make here is that in the current situation, we don't expect African countries to increase their revenue mobilization coming from the extractive industry because the conditions are not in our favor. Even if we produce more, and you remember that mining was considered an essential service in most of our countries, it means production has continued to some extent. In some countries, in fact, even increased. I remember in the DRC, the production of cobalt and copper is increased. And we also know that Zambia has not really decreased its production on copper. Even if we continue to produce in the current situation because we depend on external market to trade our goods and for our good to be, we cannot close the fiscal gap which we are experiencing to finance development and even to respond to COVID-19 impact. We know our economies are mineral economies. We've averaged 60% dependence on minerals. I was saying that we depend on that. So for us to realize the benefits of extraction, whether in time of COVID or post-COVID, we need some sort of a new approach to the way we manage, we govern, and we trade our minerals. And here I want to think we need some sort of a revolution, but I'm talking about a peaceful revolt in the way we manage these things, because the colonial model, which has been with us for decades, we've all come to a conclusion that it's not helping us. And I think the revolution and the revolt I'm talking about has already been set through the African mining vision. If we have applied, and this is the point I want to make, if we apply the African mining vision since its inception in 2009, I will believe that we would have been in a better position of resilience against COVID-19. Because if those prescriptions in the African mining vision were applied, put in place, we should have been having after now a decade of application, of implementation, we should have seen emergence of new form of industry that has got a strong link to the local economy and could have provided us with a foundation to be resilient to such to calamities like the one we experience of COVID-19. So now when you look at the African mining vision, in terms of, because when we say domestic mobilization, we need to define what we mean by domestic revenue, domestic resource mobilization. Many people might think it's more in terms of revenues, but I think that takes us to think more about the vision we have about our minerals. What do we want to do with our minerals? Because for me, domestic resource mobilization can be defined in different ways, can be a different type of aspect. Certainly revenue will be in, but infrastructure, industrialization, and so forth. Because the capacity of the state to tax that's the one which is not allow us to mobilize sufficient resources, because the state does not have sufficient space on which to tax and collect enough revenues. So when you look at the African mining vision, and I've made the point that it should have been implemented, we could have had sufficient resilience. Some of the prescription of the African mining vision that will help us post-COVID, and this continue to be the same. They will not change. I think this is what we have learned from those countries that have benefited to the maximum from their resources, is that there is need for ownership. I know state ownership is not a preferred model now, but we know there are countries that are quite dealing well with state companies. We've got China, India, and so forth and so on in Finland. We can look into that. So that state ownership has got different models. It can take us a day to discuss ownership in this sector. So, but we then have the linkages, which both forward and backward linkages. This is really, the intention has always been that if we don't do this, position the extractive industry as the base for industrialization, we will not benefit sufficiently, because by creating new industries, both will help us to have a sufficient base for the state to tax and to collect revenues. Then there is the local content. I think the entrepreneurship around extractive industry that is located on the continent is also an important area that we need to look and invest. Most of our countries have come up with local content policies and trying to help locals to play a role in this sector. But I think there are so many hindrances for us to maximize the benefits of that. But there is also taxation. Certainly taxation, I think there are a lot of, I think we have not been able, even for countries that have renegotiated mining contract, we have not been able to really collect what we should be collecting, even with even within the confine of the tax regimes that we've put in place because of the state capacity to do that. But there is also labor. I think labor, it's a big resource mobilization. We need to look into that. My take is that COVID will have an impact on labor. and we might see less and less investment in the sector because of new investment, and that can also affect labor. Now, my take around the issue of ownership, because there is one of the issues we've been discussing and we continue to discuss in recent times, is the place of the artisanal mining. And I think it's one of the critical areas that we can look at and formalize to the point that we can be able to control it. When you look in the case of Zimbabwe, for example, just gold as a product, as a commodity, Zimbabwe loses closer to 1.2 billion a year in revenue. The DRC, we take the case of cobalt. At the peak of the price of cobalt, the DRC was losing through the artisanal mining closer to $1.8 billion. So that is a lot of money. And if we can capture that, it can contribute sufficiently to what we want to achieve. Our mineral economic complex and processed commodities, this is a bigger problem. We are largely locked into a traded by offshore companies. Most of our commodities are traded, managed, and by mostly corporate multinationals. So all this comes into the entire global trade and the place of Africa, which we need to start to restructure, and we need to do it quite quickly. Despite efforts that we have made with a vision of like the African mining vision, we have not been able to make quite significant step forward. COVID-19 is also, we also need to know that COVID-19 has also increased condition for illicit financial flows. As our state and government become weak and in need of foreign direct investment, which they might want to look, which they might want to bring in by all costs, and lowering the conditions for extraction, we might increase our vulnerability to capital flight. So we also need to, and what are the opportunities? I think one of the things we need to look at, and for our government, is that COVID-19, despite the fact that it can create force majeure for mining companies to ask for tax rebates because of loss of revenues, cut of employment, even decreasing their input in social and environmental investment, I think COVID-19 also provides an opportunity for our government, which they can use to renegotiate money, because most of our contracts do not have have not planned for such things to happen as COVID-19. I think it's an opportunity for most of our government to relook again in this contract to try to insert issues of crisis when they happen. How do we deal with it to protect our interest? Now I think companies are in a very they have an advantage of government, because they can raise the issue of force majeure to force our government to lower the taxes and to give tax rebate. So for me, I think COVID-19, when you look at the current conditions and the predisposition of our state and government, it will be very difficult for us to raise to mobilize revenues. But calamity do not only bring problems, they also bring opportunities. And I think the possible impact of COVID on the global economy could have a serious impact, which will reduce our ability to mobilize resources. And I think we need to look around some of this impact for us to adjust and to respond the falling of commodity price will reduce our capacity to collect revenue. The reduction of employment will reduce our ability to collect revenue. The lack of new investment, fresh investment in the sector could also be a problem. So, Chair, I want to argue that and conclude on we need to be pragmatic. We need to be resolute in terms of applying and implementing our vision and policies. And here I want to argue that we need to go back because we don't have another vision beside the African mining vision for us to position ourselves as a critical player and benefit to the maximum from our resources. The old approach, the pre-COVID-19 approach has not worked. And if we are going to advise our government on how to do, we need to be pragmatic. We need to be let's not go into idealistic activism. We need to have practical steps, clear, that can be, we are the continent, the most poor continent on the continent. We are the continent that needs these resources more than any other continent. It does not just make sense why we are exporting this raw material. Today, we've got the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. That gives us an opportunity to expand our market and to produce for this market. COVID-19 and the dependence that is exposed does give us an opportunity to reflect and to adjust our position in the global trade. And in this particular I think we might want to seriously relook into what are the products. How can we really push for ownership and linkages in the extractive sector? I will end there, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Claude, for I think those interventions painted quite a bit of a pessimistic picture. I think speaking to the fact that given our current state, it's quite limited the amount of resource revenue extraction we can get from our mineral resources. However, I think it's good to note that opportunity brings with it opportunity. I think you also noted that had we implemented the AMV earlier, we could have been in a position where we had built resilience for ourselves as a continent and been able to not only recover, but I think also resist some of the negative effects.
Nous aurions pu résister aux effets négatifs.
I like the point that you make about now we need to be thinking through what are the practical steps moving forward that we need to implement to make the best of a situation. I think that's put us in quite a difficult spot. You note that we are, of course, the poorest continent, and so more than anything, we're in need of these resources. And so it's for us to now start thinking through what are the steps we can put in place to ensure that we really extract as much as we can from our resources. So on that note, what I'm going to do now, we still haven't been able to get in touch with Bishop, although we will keep an eye out for when he's able to come back and join us. I'm going to hand over to Patrick Bond, who Patrick is the Professor of Government from the University of Western Cape. I think Patrick, keen to hear some of your thoughts with regards to this particular topic. I can see you have a presentation, so please go ahead and share that with us.
Yes, thank you so much. And Claude, what a great opportunity to follow you. And I hope people have read what Bishop put together. I'll disagree with my friend Claude's last comment about idealistic activism. I think that's our plan B. Plan A, the insider strategy, I'm going to argue, didn't work. And I agree with Claude, many of the reasons he said. But I think there are 4 silences. If you'll allow me just to quickly run through what those are. Because they're also in Bishop's paper. They're silences that usually if I'm in an academic debate, let me take the examples of the most famous resource person critics, Jeffrey Sachs and Joe Stiglitz. So if I'm teaching their work, I'll also teach their silences. So if you find me a little bit critical or cheeky, just be reminded that I do this even more critically when I'm talking to my own people, the academics. But when I'm with my dear friends in NGOs, I feel I'm also at home. So I wanted to give you a sense that there's an allegation floating around that the African mining vision is repackaging a colonial paradigm, and we're part of that problem. That is from ActionAid, right? And I gathered from Briggs, ActionAid might be in the house. They're one of the sponsors, is that right? Here's what they said, that the African mining vision, we'll look at some of the specific critiques in a minute, but the fact that in the African mining vision, you have this comment, it's arguably the most important vehicle for building local capital are foreign resource investors, transnational corporations with the requisite capital skills and expertise. That statement alone makes the AMV neo-colonial, right? And I think it's for all the reasons pretty much everyone has said. Who are these activists in ActionAid who actually moved over? One of them who wrote that, Chris Rutledge, is helping to organize Makua, Mining Affected Communities United in Action, with Wamua, Women Affected by Mining United in Action. If you go to some of our social struggles in South Africa, you'll often find Makua and Wamua. One of the leaders of the terrain of these anti-extractivist struggles connected to Makua, who actually hosted her memorial service a couple of weeks ago after she was assassinated on October 22nd. That's Fikile Nchengazi from Somkhele, which is in KwaZulu-Natal. Some of you may know because the oldest game reserve in Africa, called Shlushluy Mfolozi, is right next to where Fikile Nchengazi lived, more or less as a peasant growing food, which was impossible because of the coal mining, and she fought it. You can just imagine this massive coal mine coming up. There it is right next to the park on your left. And she fought it and was successful with about a couple of dozen of her immediate neighbors in stopping the expansion. And they went to court and they lost in court, but they were looking to continue opposing, and then they had many vehicles to do so and lots of support, the Global Environment Trust, Women in Mining, many of the groups you know, in addition to Wahua and Makua. She was assassinated, but that shouldn't deter us. It's correct that what Makupa and Sinduluka said to Yao Graham when Yao mentioned the activists fighting, I think he was talking about the salt mine. There is a need for citizens to build pressure, and Makupa is right that there's shrinking civic space. On the other hand, there's also lots more protests. There's lots more speaking out. So much that Mark Kutafani, who's the head of Anglo, said about 5 years ago, there's $25 billion worth of projects tied up or stopped by activists, community opposition, environmental opposition, sometimes labor opposition, right? So this is the head of Anglo, traditionally the biggest firm in Africa, although it's not anymore, but you know, they're sort of disinvesting, but very concerned about what you see on these maps. This was a study in the American Economic Review of all the protests going on. Sometimes my academic friends see a protest against extractive industries, and they're frightened and they run the other way. Sometimes NGOs do that. Those are, you know, petty bourgeois, suit and tie, social climbing NGOs, and I don't think there are any of those in the House, but I still feel there's a silence about the social resistance, the activism, often women-led by people like Fikile and Nchengazi, right? And there's correlations between the expansion of mining in the looting of Africa and community and social resistance. And this in turn feeds into a general phenomenon we can call the Africans uprising against Africa rising. Africa rising came about because of the commodity supercycle and higher GDP, but because of the extreme inequality and the massive looting associated with Africa rising, Africans began uprising. And between 2009 and 18, in 8 African countries, more than 100 riots and protests in a course of a single week. And then the African Development Bank noting how the dissatisfaction with the political arrangements and the need for accountability and justice and really critiques of neoliberalism. And this continued into 2019 as well, when we saw overthrows of regimes that were both authoritarian and often neoliberal in Algeria with Bouteflika, in Sudan with al-Bashir, and this year in Mali. And there was an age of mass protests that the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, a very conservative think tank, you know, a think tank is a place where people are paid to think by the people who control the tanks. So this is one of them, the think tank called CSIS, and they look at all the protests in the age of mass protests. And Sub-Saharan Africa fares well, increasing its protest rates and overthrowing illegitimate or repressive regimes the whole way. So let's not fall into the trap of ignoring protesters. Many protesters came out, of course, against this man, Thabo Mbeki. Let's forget those for a moment. But let's remind ourselves of the weaknesses in this high-level panel, which I hope also Bishop would agree with. There are terrible weaknesses. His failure to mention specific firms. He has one box where he's talking about a very obvious firm that looted South Africa and looted other countries. And everyone knows this company is what they've done to Zambian copper. It's a company called Glencore. But the failure of analytical nerve meant that Thabo Mbeki couldn't address the proper critique of the companies involved, to name and shame them, nor could he address the only solution, which I fear many of my colleagues here in the room, and certainly colleagues in academia, are afraid to say. 2 words: exchange controls. This is the way to stop illicit financial flows. Tighten exchange controls. South Africa is loosening them, even though we're suffering massively. 3 to 7% per year of GDP is going out in illicit financial flows. The Mbeki report did nothing. The subsequent years saw a massive increase. The Financial Intelligence Center in South Africa's own treasury showed a dramatic increase in suspicious and unusual transactions. So, as I say, 3 to 7%, $10 to $25 billion annual illicit financial flows acknowledged by the South African state. So this is, again, an acknowledgement, I think, that Plan A, which is things like commissions and, you know, let's have some transparency and let's shine a bright spotlight on these transactions and hope we can disinfect them. Plan A doesn't work. We need Plan B, which is more explicit, let me call it Claude idealistic activism, demanding that the money in the country stay there. They're imposing exchange controls, those 2 dirty words, right? We should be saying those. Let's get to a 3rd and 4th area. So there are many, many critiques, which we can go into if you like, of the resource curse, many that many in this house have explored. We're here really to look at some of the economic aspects. And I want to put to you that natural capital depletion, that is the wealth of Africa in the minerals, is something that's a blind spot in the African mining vision and in all of the work, with a few exceptions, of the people listening, that you're ignoring the unequal ecological exchange by the depletion of the wealth across space, that is geographical imperialism, of the looting of Northern and BRICS companies of minerals, and also you're ignoring the rights of future generations, right? That is to say, the ability of our children to inherit that same natural wealth that we've inherited. And then the other point is, speaking of youth, we have a climatic crisis associated with fossil fuel emissions, extraction of fossil fuels in Africa, and combustion. Often the most intense users, such as here in South Africa, are mining and smelting operations. We've got to ask these tough questions about whether the minerals coming out of the soil in Africa are properly being mined and smelted, because that's where massive amounts of CO2 emissions are coming. Again, the African mining vision, to me, is useless because it doesn't even address any of these and relies upon the multinational corporate to help Africa develop. Now, when has that ever happened? There are many aspects of reforms, but these 3 missing elements, the climate catastrophe, resource depletion, and the rights of future generations, are missing in action. Now, they're also missing from my friends in ActionAid in their work, with the exception of climate, because they do say there are problems. Their critiques of the African mining vision are important. For example, the gender critique, or the free, prior, and informed consent critique, or the differential modes of setting up economies, not based on extractivism, but based on local priorities. So these are old colonial models. They deepen inequality and injustice. I think it's correct that ActionAid calls the African mining vision a colonial paradigm And we're simply, as NGOs, as academics, we're repackaging the colonial paradigm with the AMV. So some of you might not like that message, but I think certainly from hearing Yao say, look, the worst examples of extractivism occur with an AMV greenwashing. I believe more or less his auto-critique is that as someone who did such great work in putting the best cases forward, it's been hijacked by the extractivists, right? The same for the EITI, Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. I mean, you see a guy like Paul Wolfowitz who helped set it up, a classic example of the worst form of US neoconservative imperialism. Publish what you pay, tapping right into that mode of extractivism plus transparency, right? But they're ignoring all of these critical aspects, the climate, resource depletion, and future generations. Same for Natural Resource Governance Institute, blind to these critical questions, right? The alternative mining endeavors some of you go to, blind to climate catastrophe, resource depletion, and future generations. It really is shameful when you think about it that even the most radical critical thinking that I see out there when it comes to naming and shaming the looting of Africa, like Global Justice Now or Jubilee, they are also blind, right? They're okay on the climate debt, they do acknowledge that, but on resource depletion and the rights of future generations, nothing. And they're leaving huge holes in our argumentation. It's a very common problem amongst people like myself, middle-class academics, to ignore something that's so profound. For example, the climate damage. So these are the vulnerability sites. And we've seen this so closely. Some of them, sites like West Africa, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, which have had civil wars over resources, or parts of Sudan and Ethiopia, northern Uganda, eastern DRC. These are the sites where the Pentagon, the US military, says Africa's vulnerable. And we saw that last year, didn't we, with Cyclone Idai, with Cyclone Kenneth. We had a huge rain bomb in Durban that killed 70 people. This year was the locust plagues. And the question is, can we leave Africa's fossil fuels underground so as not to exacerbate this? Can we ask those of you working on the extractive industries to instead posit not plan A, extract coal, extract oil, extract gas with more transparency? Don't do that. It's going to screw the continent's people and future generations. Instead, the North should be paying, and I include myself in the North, sitting in Johannesburg here. We should be paying African countries to compensate them not to extract fossil fuels for the sake of the planet. These are the people who should be paying. They're in the lighter colors. They're the climate debtors. The people who are the creditors, that is, those are the ones that are being hurt the hardest, are in the darker colors. So you can see here the climate debtors, especially the United States and Europe, especially when you do it per person per unit of output, in which case, I must tell you, the third most emissions intensive economy per person in the world is the one I'm in, South Africa. We are a massive climate debtor to the rest of Africa, and we should be paying countries like Mozambique with $128 billion worth of gas and oil just discovered in Cabo Delgado, where there's a civil war breaking out, not to extract, but we should find some way to pay Mozambique. And there is a project called Yasunization. I'll leave this PowerPoint with you so you can come and find where we've had an example of trying to do this in Ecuador. But it's really for the rights of future generation. There's my little daughter on the left telling us that we've got to protect the planet for their generation. This is, of course, what a Zimbabwean helped to tell us. Do you remember the name Bernard Chidzera? He worked with Gro Harlem Brundtland on Our Common Future, the Brundtland Commission, and they said, sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So let me move into this, because our generation is drawing too heavily, too quickly on the overdrawn environmental resource accounts to be affordable into the future. So we may be showing profit on the balance sheet for our generation, but our children and their children will inherit the losses. We borrow environmental capital from future generations with no intention or prospect of repaying. My friends, our generation, unless we grapple with the rights of future generation, our generation are scofflaws, right? We're not paying our debts. The children can never collect our debt to them. We act as we do because we can get away with it. And this is just not right, because today's decision makers will be dead as heavy precipitation, global warming, ozone depletion, widespread desertification, and other ecological crises hit our children. Sustainable global development requires that those who are more affluent adopt lifestyles within the planet's ecological limits. Now, this is taken forward by a man I consider the greatest diplomat Africa's ever had, Lumumba Diaping. He managed the G77 during the Copenhagen climate negotiations, and he's working with something called the Commission on the Rights of Future Generation. And they are arguing very strongly that if not addressed properly, the effects of the ecological challenge will be catastrophic to the future generations. There are economists, and without getting into details, they have worked out a system to invest profits or rents from exhaustible, right, depleted resources in reproducible capitals, such as machines or education, right? But they are acknowledging the current generation is shortchanging future generations by over-consuming. And under such a program, what should happen is the current generation would convert these depleted resources into productive capital or education. Of course, that's not happening. And one very critical thinker who was a founder of the discipline of ecological economics named Herman Daly resigned from the World Bank and begged them to move away from the ideology of extractive industries and free capital mobility and export-led growth, because we have to stop counting the wealth of Africa, the natural capital, just as income and not ever including it as a debit, right? The Little Green Data book that Herman Daly and his colleagues had helped to get going led to the Changing Wealth of Nations report. So let's see what it says. It says that Sub-Saharan Africa is the region with the poorest record on sustainability. That is, making sure that future generations get, if not the original natural capital, at least productive capital or educational capital passed down, say the way Norway or Australia or Canadians do, because they've got the capital circulating through their companies or their government, in Norway's case, back into their societies, unlike Africa. But Sub-Saharan Africa, as you see in the top right, is the region with the poorest record, with 88% of African countries depleting their wealth in net terms. Now, Isadek and Bishop in his paper gives us this beautiful metaphor of the earthworm and the eggplant. The eggplant takes all the goodness out and leaves the earth denuded. The earthworms put it back. Okay, I love that metaphor. And I talked to Bishop Kolga about this, and hopefully he'll be able to come back online and think about the way it would affect his paper, because if you do believe that, then you perhaps agree with the Harison Declaration, recognizing the limits of GDP as a measure of well-being. Then you should integrate the value of this depleted natural capital into your national accounts. No African countries are doing it, even though 10 of them signed on, including South Africa, right, to integrate the value of natural capital into national accounting and corporate planning. If you do that, my friends, 88% of Africa is net losing from the extraction. Here's how it works, right? You can have a fixed capital, machine wear and tear. You can have education corrections, but the critical thing is environmental. You see the depletion of natural capital from Africa, and the pollution makes it illogical, economically illogical for current generations, and certainly for future generations. Why is Sub-Saharan Africa the worst off, according to the World Bank in these reports I'm citing? Why is Sub-Saharan Africa being looted the most, as you can see from their own data, to the point where it's about $150 billion of a net decline in Africa's wealth that is uncompensated for by reinvestment or royalties, taxes, and wages, right? And the answer comes from these reports. It's basically looted by multinational corporations, and the depletion is vast. In 2008, the worst year, $213 per African. That's how much of depletion there was, right? So if you look at this, you can see countries like Angola, Zimbabwe, Madagascar, DRC, Tanzania, Kenya, Nigeria, absolute devastation. Angola losing 68% of the wealth, using these measures of the depletion of the actual oil and diamonds in Angola. So you can go through all the statistics, you can find your country. I'm quite embarrassed when I look at South Africa, because when you go to the Little Green Data book, you find South Africa is losing 6.8% of GDP because of these environmental calculations. In other words, if the economists who are white males who come up with GDP, as you know, they don't count women. That is considered unproductive labor because it's not wage. The social reproduction, community reproduction of women, it's just not counted as valuable by the GDP economists. But they don't count the environment as well. And if you do, South Africa is losing 6.8% per year, according to this World Bank calculation. So I think that's terribly important. And I'll end with the one idea that Samir Amin, before he died 2 years ago, and I think some of you who know Codestra, some of you in the House are between academics and NGO and funders. You'll remember that Samir Amin had a theory of looting of Africa based on the differential values, that is surplus value from Africa. But he also, in the last year of his life, when we worked together in that Dakar meeting, I think Ebrima will remember that because it was with a group called AROA, the Alternative Report on Africa. He said, capitalist accumulation is founded in the destruction of the basis of all wealth, human beings and their natural environment. It's taken a century and a half, until environmentalists rediscovered that reality. And historical Marxisms had largely passed an eraser over these analyses advanced by Marx on this subject, and has taken the point of view of the bourgeoisie, equated to a temporal, rational point of view in regard to the exploitation of natural resources. Samir Amin has accused Africa's political economists of being blind, of passing an eraser over the things I've been describing, the rights of future generations to natural resources, the depletion costs of natural resources, and he would add the climate catastrophe, and he would be so inspired by protest. That's some of the messaging from Samir Amin. I'll never forget, and I hope it appeals to you as well, my dear comrades and friends. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for that dynamic presentation. I think you covered on so many different points that I really want to unpack a little bit later, but we're running out of time, and so I'm keen to get some of the other speakers on the panel as well. Bishop is here, but I think what we'll do is I'm going to allow Paul Msoma to speak first, and then Bishop, perhaps what we could then have you do is respond, I think, to the different critiques that have been given to your paper. And then we'll take the conversation from there. But I think, so much can be said about the way in which there's such an unequal ecological exchange, I think that you've just mentioned, Patrick, that I think really needs to be taken into consideration. And I think also, frankly, quite a damning critique of the AMV as you speak to the fact that it's completely blind to issues that you think we really need to be taking into consideration. So specifically climate change, resource depletion, as well as the current impacts, the current impact that the current activities will have on future generations. So Paul Msoma is from the African Minerals Development Center. I'm going to allow you to give a couple of your comments and thoughts. I think you can respond to what's been said, but I know you've read the paper as well. Give some ideas in terms of what you think is relevant to this discussion, and then once you've shared, we'll then head over to Bishop. So Paul, over to you.
Thank you so much, and really appreciate the opportunity to present here. It's quite interesting and quite fascinating that I'm coming immediately after two of the people that I respect so much. Claude and Patrick, people really have been in the sector for quite a long time, and their opinions really matter to all of us. As you have rightly said, with the MDC, for now I can say I'm the only surviving member within the MDC, trying to rebuild the whole institution and everything else. Let me start by acknowledging what Patrick said. I think this is something that has come up several times, and it has been an issue of concern. I think I've read quite a number of, critical papers from, those produced by Action Aid, Oxfam, and others. And it's quite obvious that, the AMV may not be as perfect as we all want it to be. But personally, I consider it to be a good start in terms of, creating this kind of, a unifying framework across Africa, which we can work together to improve. And those efforts, we have put in place some efforts to ensure that we improve on certain areas that we think that the AMV may not have, addressed them clearly, or they may not have addressed them completely. And these are processes that I think to some of the colleagues that are here may remember we started last year in October in Ghana, where we received a lot of feedback on areas that needs a bit of, panel beating, areas that needed a lot of changes. And one thing that came out very clearly from that workshop was that, the AMV as a document contains principles that are more relevant to all the issues that we're concerned about, but the action plan needed a bit of, improvement. And there were recommendations that came from that meeting. And these recommendations were based really on what the spirit of the AMV is and what then went into the actual implementation plan, which is the AMV action plan. And for the last 10 months or so, we have been working, trying to, make some changes or improve some of the areas. And hopefully in December, we'll have, another, a second forum where we'll present, some of the areas that we have worked on and get feedback from people. But before I could go further, I think, let me take you all back to what is the principal aim of the AMV. If you read the aim of the AMV, it says to create a transparent, equitable, and optimal exploitation of mineral resources to underpin broad-based sustainable growth and socioeconomic development. So what we decided to do is to break down this, because I think it's not good for us just to read it and leave it like that, but to break down this. And this may maybe help to respond to some of the issues that Patrick and even Bishop and to a certain extent Claude spoke about. Because let's start by looking at what does transparency mean? If we go into the AMV, it is quite clear that the transparency is looking at being open, being truthful with information, having a holistic approach through the value chain. We are looking at when you're doing exploration, the decision to permit exploration must be based on clear laws, regulations, community consultations, so on, so on. That's what the AMV says. When you go to the extraction decision, those decisions also must be done in ways that is based on clear laws, regulations, as well as community consultation. So you see that the transparency cuts across the mineral value chain. And this is where it starts. The second part looks at, as I'm breaking down the aim itself, looks at the issue of equitability. If you look at the issue of equitability, you are looking at being fair. How do you become fair? This is a key question you should be asking yourself. What kind of instruments can we put in place to ensure that there is fairness in whatever is happening within the sector itself? There is the need of treating people equally. The need of integrating issues of gender, the regional perspectives, being accommodative. So all this comes in under the equitability kind of approach that the goal of the AMV brings on board. Then if we break down the goal again, you go to optimal exploitation. This is where it is key, and it speaks a lot to the discussion that we are having here, because it starts by saying that you need to know your mineral resources. You cannot, as a country, engage or even with communities or anybody else if you don't know what you have. Companies know more than we do, and they're always at an advantage in terms of negotiations and everything else. And what the AMV tries to say is that wherever such has to happen, countries or governments or even communities must ensure that their knowledge of the mineral resources that they have is top-notch, because that would allow them now to engage fairly, and it will allow them to engage in ways that they are well informed. So it talks really about the need for knowledge, and this knowledge also helps in terms of negotiating some of the areas, whether it's taxes, whether it's tariffs, all those things that you may want to add, because you know what you're negotiating based on. And also, when you know what you have in terms of optimal exploitation also talks about minimizing negative impacts. And these are the things I liked the slide that Patrick showed of the coal mine, and it's really sad that we lost a strong advocate South Africa. It's really so sad. But if you look at that, coal mine, the negative impacts that would come from there, as such, should be always a concern to everyone. And the AMV makes it very clear that, in working with communities, in working with everybody else, you need to make sure that whatever you are doing, there are no negative, impacts. In the event that you see that the negative impacts outweigh, the positives, then a decision has to be made. And if you read the AMV on the bottom of the first page, it says, if you can't meet all the conditions, please leave the resources in the ground. So it's very clear about that. And then if you go to the issue of broad-based sustainable growth, and this also responds, to what Patrick said, and also Bishop, I think, said in the paper. Here you're looking at issues of, when you talk about broad-based sustainable growth, you're looking at that development that benefits today's generation without destroying the opportunities for future generations. So you're looking at inclusive growth, you're looking at benefits for all or shared benefits. So this is the element where now you're looking at, how do we ensure that whatever we're doing now, it's not, impacting the opportunities for future generations to benefit from the same resources that we are enjoying now. And these are the areas that we need to have a conversation around. And then the last part of the aim of the, AMV is socioeconomic development. Here you're looking at processes and activities that will improve the well-being of the people by ensuring that, everyone has access to basic needs such as water, sanitation, healthcare, and, employment, small businesses, local procurement, everything like that. So without going into the details or the pillars of the AMV, you look at from the, the drafters or the people, they had this, picture in their head that we need to come up with a framework that is able to address all the issues that have been of concern, in Africa, since time immemorial. They may not have captured these things like, perfectly well in the action plan, but I think most of the concerns that I'm hearing are there. Now, what needs to be done, and this is where it comes to the issues of opportunities. Claude has spoken very well. I think, for me, I look at the COVID situation as an opportunity, much as, yes, we know the health impact, but it has given us an opportunity for us to sit back and reflect. What do we want to do? We have been in this situation before, prior to 2010, and now we are in a different situation. What do we need to do as government, as civil society, as private citizens and everybody else? And we need to come together and say, okay, the AMV provided us with this framework. Is it enough? If it's not enough, how can we improve on this? And how can we ensure that this kind of, the principles of the tenets of the AMV become the principal guiding instruments that we can take on board in our countries? Because I don't think beyond what I've explained, which the M tried to put forward, I don't think that we cannot come up with anything. There's a lot that we can come up with, and we could be really working towards a more robust kind of approach to this. So in a nutshell, I would like to just explain that if you go to the AMV itself, there are for now 9 issues that we are working around in terms of now improving the current action plan. This is based on the issues that I've just highlighted. We're looking at issues of how do we address the irreversibility challenges of the sector. This is the wasting of assets, the inter and intra-generational issues, the equity issues, the balancing issues, and all those things. How do we address those things? How do we address, which Patrick spoke about earlier on, legacy challenges, the colonial strategies, the post-independence approaches, the World Bank issues, resource nationalization responses, and all that? How do we address that now in the new action plan? We are also looking at how issues of distribution challenges. We're looking at how do we ensure equity issues are addressed, local, national, community, and who gets what, where, and how. Capacity challenges. You're looking at how do we state limitation? How do we ensure that state limitations to monitor transfer pricing, contract negotiations, capacity at local level, decentralization of benefits distribution? How can we address all those capacity challenges? What are the elements that need to be taken on board so that we're able to address those things? We have issues of like governance challenges, where we're looking at management of mineral revenues, future funds, corruption, access to information for communities, accountability, oversight committees, watchdogs, and all those things. We are looking at how do we ensure that those things are clearly reflected within the revised action plan. And then another element is macroeconomic challenges, unstable prices, that diseases which has been explained, and other externalities. We're also looking at environmental challenges, damage, appropriation and contaminant, and all those issues that will come, that will come around, as part of the reviews. And then, more important, we are looking at social issues. How do we ensure that issues of gender, issues of youth, all those things now that have been the critical elements in terms of, the criticisms that the AMV has received are now clearly addressed in the new action plan. And hopefully, combined with the, how we have managed now to dissect the aim of the AMV and the challenges that we have, managed to gather based on feedback from colleagues and all that, we'll be able now to come up with a new version of the AMV action plan that, be implemented, building on a document that we already developed with support from civil society, which is the, AMGIF, African Mineral Governance Framework, which tries to go in detail to address some of the issues that have been explained here. I think basically we may end up having quite a robust document, which may not even be perfect by then, but I'm sure it will be able to address a lot of the concerns and challenges that we are facing as far as the implementation of the AMV is concerned. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul, for those comments. It sounded a little bit like you found a midway between what Claude said. I think indicating that, with COVID, we do find ourselves at a position, where we have an opportunity. And you indicate that the AMV is, like you rightly indicated, a good starting point. But I think also speaking to the fact that there are some legacy challenges, some irreversibility challenges that Patrick spoke to that also need to be addressed quite seriously. So I think what I'm going to do now, Bishop, if you are online, I'm going to request if you can unmute. So instead of giving a presentation of the paper like we had originally indicated, perhaps Bishop, I'll ask if you could give a brief response, I think, to some of the critiques that have come through from your paper, just also in light of the way we are running short a little bit of time, because I do want to open up for some Q&A as well after this. So I think for all of the attendees, can I request right now if you can start to put any questions that you have in the chat, and then we'll make reference to those a bit later, or in the Q&A. And then what we'll do is we'll essentially pick on a couple of you immediately after this. So Bishop, over to you. If you can unmute both your audio and video, that would be great. Bishop, can you hear me? You can see. Okay, Bishop, we can see you, and I can see that you've unmuted. Please go ahead if you can hear me. Bishop, I think we'll give you another 10 seconds to try and unmute your audio and video. Okay, I think what we'll do is, Bishop, if you do at any point hear me, please make some signal so that we can we can go ahead and come back to you. I see you've muted yourself, but I think what we'll do is there are a couple of questions that are coming in. If you would like to make a comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. But right now, I can see we have a question coming in from Mukupa. So Mukupa, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an opportunity to go ahead and I think explain your question. Please keep it brief insofar as is possible. And go ahead and give your comments. So please go ahead and unmute yourself, your audio and your video, and share your questions.
Thank you, Janneh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask a question. I think I have one specifically for Professor Patrick Bond. I think he brought up very interesting perspectives critiquing the MV. And my question, though, is centered more to the climate catastrophe we're in. So is the continent ready to say no to mining, given the looming climate catastrophe? And what then should we do to mine sustainably? Is it even possible to mine sustainably, given the fact that mining is by nature environmentally destructive? So just your thoughts on that, and I'm keen also to hear from Dr. Claude on this. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Mukupa. I think we have one other question that's just come through from Saham Jacques. I can't see your last name, but what I'm going to try and do is also give you an opportunity, let me see quickly, to express yourself. All right, so please go ahead, Saham, and share your question. Saham, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead with your question.
Oui. Bonsoir. Le thème, c'est un thème très important, un thème d'actualité en ce qui concerne la question de l'industrie extractive dont nos pays, les ressources de nos pays se reposent dessus à 60%. Moi, je voudrais savoir une chose par rapport à l'intervenant qui disait que certains pays comme Angola et les autres, où la question d'industrie extractive est de taille, que l'économie est basée rien que sur les ressources extractives. Mais est-ce que en Afrique, en dehors du pétrole, en dehors du gaz, en dehors de l'or et un certain nombre des éléments liés aux industries extractives, n'avions-nous pas d'autres ressources à pouvoir exploiter dans les pays? Parce que quand je prends le secteur tertiaire, le secteur d'agriculture et le secteur d'élevage et autres, tout ça, ce sont des secteurs qui engrosent aussi des ressources importantes pour le pays. Et pourquoi nous ignorons toutes ces ressources-là aujourd'hui, au détriment des pétroles et un certain nombre de choses? Est-elle une malédiction pour l'Afrique ou une bénédiction? Merci.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Saham, for your question. Take one more question from Yao. I can see your hand is up, and then after your question, Yao, we'll go back to the panelists. So Yao, please go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. No, actually, it's a quick comment on Patrick's interpretation. I mean, I think it makes some very important points about the limitations of the MV, what it doesn't contain, and so on. All of which, many of which are true. But there are also some which are erroneous. And I think it's important to point them out. I think Paul was too defensive in responding to Patrick, because the action aid thing that he talks about, I was shocked by the ignorance that the report displayed. Because from the adoption of the vision, by the time the action aid thing was written, the action plan had been adopted, and the African Mineral Governance Framework developed by NGOs had also been formulated. Anybody who read those 3 documents could not have come to the sweeping conclusions that the action aid report came to. So in a certain sense, that report set up a straw man and proceeded to sound the most radical group of campaigners on extractives on the continent. That's the first point, and we can go into the details of that. So I think that critique is misguided in this fundamental, kind of claim. Is the African mining vision a revolutionary charter in its totality? It is revolutionary to the extent that the structural transformation of this continent will involve doing away with many of the things that exist at the moment and challenge many vested interests. But it is a document through an interaction between citizens and states. So it to contain compromises. And I think for activists, that's an important point. I mean, an intellectual engagement with the African mining vision, as opposed to an activist engagement with it, are 2 very different things. Because for example, the activists who have died and so on, the African mining vision in its elements about free, prior, informed consent, about environmental stewardship, about access to information, about revenue sharing, those things embody the results of years of struggle of activists. So it's important to recognize actually that many activists can identify. I certainly identify with many of the things. And I can claim to have spent a lot of time working as an activist, against government policy and so on. Thirdly, I think as a framework for struggle, as opposed to the charter of a political party, this is a framework for struggle. And the AMGIF shows what has been pushed forward by activists. And so I'll advise Patrick to look at those documents to see the extent to which some of the points that he's making, for example, are captured. I think Patrick is wrong in claiming that the African mining vision, particularly as expressed in the action plan and the AMGIF, are not interested in natural capital. Actually, the point made about unsustainable, inefficient commodity export, raw material commodity export dependence, captures the fact that a revenue stream based on sending raw materials out is depletion against future generation, and even inefficient for the current generation. It may not be formulated in those kind of graphic conceptual terms, but I'm saying that the elements are there. And I think all activists who struggle on extractives are very concerned about the intergenerational dimensions. There are many weaknesses in the in the thing, but those critiques, I think I would challenge fundamentally. The last point I want to make is that there's a way in which Patrick's intervention, by stitching together a broad range of struggles, okay, is very radical, is very progressive and so on. But I think it's important for activists and even scholars at any moment to be clear about the unit of analysis that is on the table to which they should speak. The unit of analysis on the table that we are trying to speak to as defined by this conference. It's important that whilst all those things are thrown in, how they come to relate to the unit of analysis on the table is addressed. Otherwise, actually, scholarship will be failing to make a contribution to the attempts of activists to define strategy and tactics and demands to take the struggle forward.
Thanks so much, Yao, for your comments. And I think really great in terms of responding to some of the points that Patrick said. So we're winding up now. The session is supposed to conclude at 16:30. So what I'm going to do is hand back to our panelists and give them each an opportunity to respond to, I think there were 3 different sets of comments that were given, but then also, give some concluding remarks, just in thoughts in terms of how they feel would be a good way to give a way forward in terms of the AMV, particularly in light of COVID-19. So I'm going to go in the same order that our panelists spoke. We'll begin with Claude, we'll go with Patrick, and then we will go with Paul. So Claude, if you wouldn't mind unmuting both your audio as well as your video and responding to some of the comments and also giving us some of your final thoughts. Go ahead.
Thank you, Janneh. I think there was a question. Look, I think Patrick makes indeed some comments. I want to agree with Yao's quite very powerful point concerning this dialogue, the unity of analysis that we have on the table. I think the problem with Patrick's intervention is just it just touches on everything and anything. And that becomes quite difficult to engage while we have a subject that is quite defined, which we need to respond to find a way forward. But certainly, Paul has really demonstrated that some of the issues, important issues, Patrick is raising are either addressed or there are efforts that are being made to address them. And this pushes me to respond to the first question, which was asked, can we mine sustainably? Look, mining by nature is destructive. It destructs land, it pollutes water, air, and so on. But there is a way of mitigating those things. And we have national laws, I think in all our countries. I think you'll find today quite progressive laws to ensure that before even mining starts, something is done to ensure that we mitigate those impacts. The problem is not necessarily to do with, but it has to do with the implementation of those policies and the sanctions that needs to be applied to those companies that do not abide by those. There are also international standards which are quite very progressive and which companies respect in many other jurisdictions, but do not want to respect them on the African continent. And that has to do mostly with our own inability to hold them to account. And that way we need to work to ensure that states, governments are capable of implementing their policies and monitoring that. Look, the question around is why are we only focusing on extractive? I think that's what we are talking about. That's what we are discussing today, but there is need for diversification of our economies. And it has become quite clear that an economy that is focused on one sector, mining, oil extraction, is not sustainable. Certainly, all these other activities, we take agriculture, is quite very much linked to mining. And when you want to look at, and doing all those other activities, you need energy. Energy is also very much linked to mining. When you want infrastructure development, you want to provide water to people. All that is linked to mining. You can't provide water without copper pipes. You can't do agriculture without nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium. You can't go into manufacturing and transforming agriculture product without iron ore, without zinc, without ferrous metals. So mining is really at the center of development. But there is a relevant question we need to ask, are we doing it well? and how can we do it well to ensure that it does not destroy the environment, that we are in line with we respond to the challenge of climate change. The nexus between extractive and mining and climate change need to be interrogated. And I totally agree with Patrick that it's a challenge in front of us, and we cannot just mine the way we want. There are preconditions for mining to mitigate the impact of climate change and so forth and so on. So, Janneh, I'll leave it there. I think the point I'm making is that when you look at upstream mining input and up to goods consumptions, you find that minerals play a critical role. And most of the countries that use their minerals and which have positioned themselves to protect those for future generation have transformed those minerals into other type of economies. And that's what we need to strive for, that future generation find much stronger infrastructure, fund an industry that can produce new goods, fund an education system that can think differently and produce new knowledge. So all those things, I think we can't do it. I totally agree. We can't do mining without investing in skills development. And that is at the center of us doing mining properly. And I think the idea that mining cannot be done while we know for sure that we cannot stop it totally is also that type of idealism that is not correct. What we need to fight for is mining that is done within the confine of the law and ensure that the law protect the people and protect the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, God. Really appreciated your thoughts there. So for those of you who are joining us, please bear with us. We may go over by about 10 minutes. This is just to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to respond to what I think were very critical questions. So Patrick, I'm going to go over to you now. I think there are quite a few questions that were pointed towards you. I think from Kupa, from Yao. So please go ahead and unmute your audio and visual and go ahead and give your thoughts as well as some of your closing ideas as well.
Yes, it's great to be with you. I don't actually have a working camera, and so I hope you don't mind just staring with my name. Now, Kupa and Saham, your comments were wonderful, and I felt supportive insofar as you're interested in where would an alternative, a plan B, that isn't just more of the plan A that doesn't work, where would it go? What kind of principles of minimally necessary mining, which Claude began to get us into a wonderful debate about by listing some of the absolutely necessary components. But I don't think Claude would disagree that there's a lot of mining that goes on that is unnecessary. Just think of all the bauxite that goes into aluminium that here in South Africa, we zap that bauxite with coal-fired power to do what? To create lots of Coca-Cola cans that are messing up the environment. Claude, you don't agree that that's necessary mining of bauxite, necessary mining of coal to zap imported Australian or Guinean bauxite and drink it with the Coca-Cola can there, it's gone in 10 seconds. I don't think there's any disagreement. We need a certain kind of rethinking of the materials economy, the flows of material goods. And whereas Claude mentioned quite a few important things like the agricultural inputs that come from phosphorus, there's an alternative, which is organic farming and more localized farming, right? When he mentions copper pipes for water systems, of course we need all sorts of technologies to get basic water systems, but I'm not sure copper is entirely necessary. That's exactly the kind of debate that minimally necessary mining analysis. For example, from Acción Ecológica, which is an eco-feminist group in Quito, Ecuador, I think they're some of the cutting edge people looking at that. So for Makupa and Saham, I think that's where I would go with your discussions of how can we get out of this terrible system that is impoverishing us. And with Claude and Yao giving such great point-by-point rebuttals, I'll very quickly say, I think I've got counterpoints. For Claude, who accuses me of just going way too broad, I really did hit 4 points that I wish our NGO and our academic community would look at. The hard work of protesters who are against any mining, right? Who say, leave it in the ground. They have a right to say no. That's usually off the respectable agenda. Let's put it on, because they're really leading the way, whether they're in Somkele with Mamfakile in Chingazi and her activist allies fighting the coal. I think we'd all agree that coal shouldn't come up. Or the Kalabeni in the Wild Coast, the activists fighting the titanium mine. They've also had a terrible assassination, and their chair just died last week as well. In South Durban, where I've lived on and off, oil and gas critics in South Durban Community Environmental Alliance. In Marangi, Zimbabwe, right, the diamond critics in the Center for Natural Resource Governance, women's networks, they're all saying, let's leave these resources underground, because we know that the people trying to take them out, big multinationals or even little multinationals or little local companies like Tendele here in South Africa, that was the probable link to the assassination of Fikile in Chingazi. They really are not doing it properly. So since Plan A isn't really working by all accounts, let me then quickly end by turning to Claude and Yao and saying, I agree, Yao, that ActionAid, you call it a straw man, but I agree that they didn't really go far enough in their critique. I don't think they handled the rights of future generations. I don't think they handled the depletion of the wealth. And I'm really glad to hear Paul saying that the next generation, AMV, will start doing natural capital accounts. I think I heard that from Paul. I would really love to know then if you could do a natural capital account and say, like the World Bank does, they have big flaws in theirs, I'll be the first to agree, but that 88% of African countries are net losers, then we should leave the resources underground. It hurts the wealth of Africa, current generations and future generations. So if the African Mining Vision, Paul, can drop the argument that arguably the most important vehicle for building local capital are transnational corporations, right? That is in the AMV 1.0. I hope 2.0 will drop that, right? You can get rid of the celebration of transnational corporates. I think everybody in the House would vote with me on that. Get rid of that clause saying we will depend on TNCs. Okay, then I'd ask you to do just a couple more things. We know that this discussion takes us into the lack of backward and forward linkages between mining and the rest of the economy. That's excellent. We know this discussion, thanks to the Tax Justice Network, all the great work that you've done, and Sall and all of the others. We know we're taking the discussion to IFFs, but can I ask you to take it to the next two sites? The illicit financial flows, the LFFs, the outflow of profits and dividends, and then the depletion of raw materials. And there, I think the unit of analysis on the table will be appropriate. It'll be a full analysis, a circular economic analysis that allows us to understand the real costs and benefits. Because if we're ignoring those 4 points that I put out there, the protesters who want to leave the resources underground to preserve their ways of life and prevent the damage, the depletion of materials, especially because the profits flow to the north and to the BRICS companies, and third, the rights of future generations to those resources, and fourth, the climate catastrophe that follows from all the terrible mining, and the need to demand that the North pay the South to leave fossil fuels underground. If you can get those 4 points into Plan A 2.0, I'm with you. I don't think you can, because I think if you do, the African Mining Vision will be an anti-mining vision, because the logic of everything I've been saying, whether you take it from me or from the World Bank data, is explicitly need a Plan B, minimally necessary mining and solidarity with activists. Thanks very much, comrades.
Thank you so much for those comments. The idea that you almost indicate that we may have an anti-mining vision if we were to completely follow through with some of your thoughts, which I think a few people agree with. So I think now what I'm going to do is hand over to Paul. Musoma, I think what I'll request you to do as well is share your thoughts, I think, and respond to some of the questions, but you also have the unenviable task of being the last panelist. So please go ahead and I think give some final ways forward as well. Over to you, Paul. Please go ahead and unmute both your audio and visual.
Thank you so much. Before I go further, I think there was a question that I hope I'm pronouncing the name Saham brought about. Where say, is it possible that we can leave or we can completely stop mining to avoid all the issues that come about? I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first mine in the world was discovered in Swaziland, if I'm not mistaken, the Ngwenya mines. I think those were, and that's some 20 to 40,000 years ago. So through history, man has been surviving on mining. Even when we, as Africans, before civilization came, we used to have all those, basic, mines, and also making tools for agriculture and all that. So, and even the life that we live today, the toothpaste that everybody has used today, the gadgets that we're using today, everything we are using today depends somehow, somewhere, on a mineral in one way or another. So I'm not sure whether it would really make sense, to say, let's just shut and stop everything. I think it would be like, let's shut our life, let's close our life, no more life anymore. Because I think I'm trying to think what instrument or what equipment or a way of life where something is not attached to mining. And I think that's the point that Claude was trying to make. He might have made some examples that can be substituted, but if you go deeper into the analysis, you find that you reach a point where even the substitutes that you're bringing on board will still require some kind of type of a mineral, in order for that particular, product to come into being. I mean, whether you use plastics or whether you use wood or whether you still need something to come in, to do that. So this is a situation that we are. So if we accept that our life cannot go on, or we cannot completely shut down mining, what can we do? The next question was, can we have, then if that's the case, can we do it, can have sustainable mining? Personally, I don't think there is any way or anything that, can actually justify or explain or convince me that you can have sustainable mining. That can never happen. I think the key question would be, yes, mining is not sustainable, but how can we ensure that the benefits from this, process are leading to sustainable development, are leading to sustainable livelihood? I think these are the questions that we may need to start, asking ourselves, because we cannot have sustainable mining. Mining is destructive. Mining is, has got so many negative impacts that we can start mentioning now, and the day will be over before you can even finish. But then how do we ensure that in this scenario where we have this bad or negative, resource, we are able to generate benefits for the future? And I think this is where the AMV comes about. So I agree with all the points that, Yao, Patrick, and Claude brought about, because this was a perfect debate. And I think this is an opportunity for all of us, even if we look at the issue of, which Patrick said, the issue of IFFs. I think if you look at it, this is where want to depart a bit from Claude and Yao. I think the problem we have been having is just to look at things in isolation, to look at things in silos. I think we need to start looking at things from a broader perspective, because IFFs are not just concentrated or are not a problem of one particular, action or inaction. They're a product of a lot of, intertwining processes and everything else. And how do we ensure that we are able to address the issue of IFFs across the different elements? And I think that's will be the question. And when you start going into that conversation, one of the things that will come out very clear is that you need to look at a lot of issues. Patrick brought something. Now I want to side with him a bit on 2 maps where he was trying. I think he did explain well. He projected parts of the continent where you find, a lot of concentration of different minerals, and where you find civil wars and all those things happening. There is something that is unique because it's mostly places where you have mineral resources that you'll find that there's civil unrest. And these are the places that are easily used, as conduits for siphoning, funds, all that, because, the governance system is weak and everything else. So I think these are some of the critical questions that we have to look at. Is this the virus as a result of, people not being satisfied, or are they being fueled by someone in order to create an ungoverned situation, which may lead to these companies now to start, moving whatever they want to move out of the countries because the governance system has collapsed. So I think this is where we need to really sit down and say, how do we start looking at things from different perspectives, bring them together, and create this kind of a movement that would allow us to really attack all these problems from different angles so that we can come up with a solution. So I think much as, yes, Patrick tried to, but I think he was just trying to create a conversation. But I think the points raised by the 3, seniors, these are my seniors, are very important. And I think this would give us really an opportunity to really look at how we come up with an approach that would be very useful going forward. So I think that would be my final comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think you were able to help us find a sort of middle ground, and I think as such sort of bring us to a really great conclusion to this conversation. I think for me, it's worth noting that this really should be the beginning of a conversation. I think that you aptly noted it to be a debate. I think is really the kind of conversation we need to be having to ensure that really, as we start thinking through the AMP2, we come out with a document, I think, that responds to all of the different needs. So I think we've now drawn to the end of this particular plenary session. Thank you so much to all of the attendees that gave us an extra 13 minutes of your time for today's session. And thank you for bearing with us as well through the hitches. Despite that, I think we were able to come out with a particularly dynamic conversation. So as I end, I think this is just to indicate that we've come to the end of day 1, but we continue tomorrow with day 2 of the virtual meeting, but essentially day 4 of our PEC week. We start tomorrow at 12 p.m. EAT with a plenary session that will be looking at climate change. I think one of the issues that was discussed today, looking at its impact on demand and supply of mineral commodities. We have a great panel where we will have Gloria from Publish What You Pay, we'll have Isaac Esu from the Chamber of Mines, and we should also hopefully have Haggai Nyambe from the Civil Society for Poverty Reduction. So thank you again for joining us today, and please join us again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you and goodbye.
Yes, wonderful. Very, very good times with you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.